At this time, we will call the meeting of June 21st, 2020 to order. Before we move to closed session, City Attorney, did you want to mention anything?
Yes, the closed session is consideration of public employee employment, title city clerk, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B1.
Thank you. Is there any speaker cards? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Paul, are you staying in here?
Yes.
On YouTube streaming closed session. Closed session. On YouTube it's streaming closed session. Yeah. That was the best thing I ever had in 5 minutes. That was quick. Well, the first time they show up here without having it. Well, yeah, I graduated all my students, so. Well, for love all. Motions for, they're officially high schoolers. So. Crazy year. They haven't been to school since they were 6th grade. I hope they don't have to get to that too. Like, I don't know. Only temporary, right? July, there's not a lot of, July, there's some.
This time we will call the meeting of June 21st, 2022 to order. Vice Mayor Perez, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Roll call, please.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez. Councilmember Morales.
Present.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Here.
Mayor Velazquez.
Here.
City Manager Miller. Here. City Attorney Lerner. Chief of Police Reynoso.
Here.
And let it show that City Clerk Black is absent, as well as Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Verification of agenda posting.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of June 21st, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on June 14th, 2022 at 4:30 PM per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney, do you want to report out of closed session?
Yes, Mayor and Council, there's a report out from closed session. During closed session, Councilmember Burns made a motion to terminate City Clerk Christine Black without cause. There was a second by Councilmember Morales. The vote was as follows. Councilmember Burns voted yes. Councilmember Morales voted yes. Councilmember Perez voted yes. Mayor Velazquez voted no. Councilmember Resendez was absent from closed session. The required notice will be provided to the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to remove or pull? Do we have any from the public?
I have none from the public.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye. Yes.
Aye, motion carries. 4-0. Public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council discussing or taking actions on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
Okay, Miss Valerie Eglin.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I never get used to being on this side of the dais. It's always intimidating. So, excuse me. I'm a little disappointed. Our whole board is a little disappointed that we're not on the agenda for this evening, as Councilman Burns had requested, and you all approved on June 4th. And it's found in the meeting minutes of June 4th as well. So I'm sure it was not something intentional, but causes us a little problem. I have handed out kind of a thumbnail to everyone of what the mailer is going to look like. When we presented it to the Board of Supervisors, they had there was one comment that there's an awful lot of Hollister parks in here. And I said, well, the last time I saw Hollister was in the county. And so it didn't cause any problem. On the brighter side, last Wednesday, June 15th, Reach Again participated in Kids in the Park, Dunn Park. Over 30 years, this event has taken place, and Reach has been there probably at least 8 years. Thank you very much. It's a very popular event, and it brings many challenged families from within the city of Hollister. At our booth, we had photos of 7 parks in Hollister for kids to pick the best one. Few families had been to all the parks nor recognized them all. Parents were excited to see more possibilities and definitely took their kids out to play out of the house. So that was so encouraging to see how many folks stopped at our booth and were excited to see that there were more parks. Sparking children's outdoor open space enthusiasm is crucial to developing a healthy community. We need to advertise as much as possible. That's why we feel that this mailer is super important to get more information out there and to do it in various ways. Hollister City Rec does a great job. But when you've got multiple agencies, so to speak, advertising, then we get better coverage. Parks with water features were loved, as you well know. And considering the heat anticipated with climate change, the city may well find grant funding out there for that very purpose. We have spoken to Davy Tree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
And by the way, the only reason it's not on there, it takes 2 cycles. It won't be on the next meeting. It's a following meeting. It takes a little time to get onto the agenda.
Oh,
That's why.
okay.
That's
Christine
my
said it would be,
If you could stick around under my report out.
Oh, okay.
oh, okay.
He has better news for us, probably.
Okay.
Different news.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mia Casey?
Good evening, Council. Mia Casey from Hollister. I wanted to just say I was able to go to the rodeo parade this last weekend, and it's the first time I've made it there, but it was a wonderful event and pretty well attended. And my hat's off to the people who organized it. I was able to walk around to some of the businesses and talk to them, and they said they had a lot of traffic coming through. In fact, Heavenly Bakery said they filled up their case with cookies and pastries and they were sold out by noon. So it was pretty awesome event. And I love seeing those kinds of hometown events. And I hope we have more of them because it really brings people in downtown. So, and my granddaughter loved it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Celeste Toledo Bocanegra?
Good evening, everyone. So Mayor, isn't it true that American Electrical Services is your business and local business here located on San Benito Street? Yeah, I'm gonna take that as a yes. It's
This is-
rude that not to respond. We
Just
teach
for-
our
Well,
children.
again, I'm gonna, a real quick reminder. Public input is for.
My time is
And we'll
going. If
give
you're
you-
gonna
we'll
speak
give you
over
some
my
more.
time,
No,
I'm
we'll
gonna
give you
speak.
some more
You're
time.
speaking
That's
over
fair.
my time, so I'm gonna
But
speak.
Remember,
You're
the city
speaking over
council
my
has to be
time, so I'm
items
gonna
about the
speak.
city council can
So
handle.
with 25 years in the electrical contracting business, this is from your website, and your website on the homepage states American Electrical Services, Inc. has been a name developers can rely on. Wow, right in front of your website, your business. Let me repeat that. With 25 years in the electrical contracting business, American Electrical Services, Inc. has been a name developers can rely on. We specialize in new residential developments, solar and monitored security fire systems with over 50,000 homes, apartments, and commercial buildings. To our credit, we are a name that can be trusted. Can you believe that? Your own website, your own business, you are funded by developers. So out of all the people here that you like to accuse, you are funded by developers. So I would take it down a notch, and I would definitely not be pointing the fingers. In the last 10 years that you have been mayor, the last 10 years, our community has overgrown tremendously. Okay. I was born and raised here, and the last 10 years has definitely been a growth in homes, and you are part of the problem. So all the representatives that have been here the last 10 years are part of the problem, and you definitely are part of the problem.
Well, thank you. Let me respond because I get to respond. Oh, I actually do. So I'm very proud of my company. Yes, it's been doing business for 25, 30 years. And one of the things I've learned by doing that type of business is what are good projects, what are bad projects. 10 years ago, I pointed out we can't go down this path because we're approving bad projects that are going to destroy our community. So thank you for pointing it out. And I was against all those projects. So thank you for pointing out that I have been the one saying, no, we shouldn't go in this direction. So thank you again. And again, I can give you good advice on how we can do it right, which we should be doing. So thank you very much.
Maddie Rosa?
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Maddie Rosa. I'm working with Diego on the time capsule. I'll be in charge of the contents that go inside of the time capsule, and I just wanted to let you know how we're doing with that. So here's a few things that I'm definitely putting in the time capsule. I'm going to get a map from the planning department of Hollister, a smaller one that I will be putting in there. We got a coin from the Historical Society that says 150 years on it. Business cards from downtown, just around downtown, so then people know things. Photos of downtown, and a newspaper. One thing I wanted to do is I wanted to get a letter from each of you, from yourselves to the future. So if you could do that, that would be good. And also I want to take some of your time in like later days to do an interview with each of you so that I could put those in the time capsule. I will be using a special paper with sort of special ink so then it doesn't disintegrate. And I'm not allowed to put media such as a USB port or other things like that in there because we don't know what kind of technology they will have in the future. We don't know if they'll still have things that we could put USB ports in. That's what I wanted to let you know, like how the time capsule is going.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
So I want to make sure we're clear. No floppy disk, right?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's like, what? What's the floppy disk?
What's a
That's the
CD?
point. 8-track player.
On Zoom, we have Courtney Evans. Go
Hi,
ahead.
good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I was just wanting to call in and ask the legalities of, once again, our mayor preventing people from commenting on his posts. And for the second time, I've seen proof of him creating private groups on Facebook. This one is called Team Hollister. The last one that I have proof of him starting and holding it private is Downtown Business Owners Group from a few years ago. So I'm hoping after the recent investigation from the DA's office, which is completely warranted, of the mayor silencing people, he continues to do it. It may be little ways of his posts, but to silence any person is wrong. It's against the law, and he needs to be held accountable. I expect the other people on the city council to hold him accountable. I'd also like to ask the question of when the mayor and maybe Roland was on the committee for Amazon, I would like to know when they reported out to the city, to the people's business, of what they were doing, what was discussed. I'm curious about that as well, because I just feel like that our mayor continues to silence the public, to mislead the public, and to blatantly lie. Holding a public group, calling it Team Hollister, being the mayor, having it be private, is wrong. And I hope that everyone starts to stand up, because he's one person. Please stand up for our city. Please stand up for transparency and demand these questions answered and him be held accountable for his poor judgment in trying to silence the people of this community. Have a great night. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Rubble.
City Council members, my name is John Roble. I've been here at least 3 different times, 2 or 3 different times before, talking about this proposed plaque that the Clampers would like to put on the gateway. I don't see it on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Elias Salinas.
Good evening, Hollister Council members. I would like to validate what the previous speaker, Courtney Evans Greenwald, said earlier, and that is the mayor making comments out on public and social media about constituents and blocking them and making sure that they're not able to make any comments and or not even see that the comments are out there. There is government code, federal and state code, that prohibits elected officials from blocking individuals on social media. I would like for the council members to please place on a future agenda quite soon and get a legal opinion as to the mayor making these comments out there. He's the mayor representing the entire council. And this, either you condone it or you don't condone it. I've come before you. This is the 3rd time that I've come before you. I wasn't going to speak in public comment, but Ms. Greenwald reminded me that we need to continue to bring it to the attention of you. You continue not to put it on an agenda, but we're listening and we're paying attention of who's doing what. We need to, as a community, request for transparency and request for accountability from all of you. You either condone what the mayor is doing as a representative of the entire city council. He's out there saying that there's going to be a city built on 25. There's not a city going to be built on 25. He's out there saying that there is going to be most of the projects that he opposes that are in San Benito County, and then he wants everything to come into the city of Hollister. And he represents the city of Hollister, but he does not represent the entire San Benito County. And you are allowing him, by making representation as an entire council, as your mayor, to literally stop future economic development in San Benito County. And this is really important. More importantly, again, back to the subject, is he is an elected official and he is not to block. And please place on the agenda, whether you're going to discuss it in closed session or you're going to discuss it in public. He's putting the entire city in liability by continuing to break the government code and the federal code. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't block, so thank you very much.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So for REACH, we were actually just going to pay that based on the consensus and the dollar amount. We were just going to pay it out of the city manager's budget. So if you could just give us an invoice to my department, we'll get that taken care of for you. So that's it.
There you go. That made it work. Item D2, training.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item E1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have Jim Priest on the line from BB&K to discuss this matter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I'll be very brief. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, honorable staff, members of the public, before you this evening is a standard ordinance regulating campaign finance issues. The council will remember at the last meeting, this was proposed as an urgency ordinance, the purpose being that staff was interested in getting this before the council and potentially adopted earlier in the election cycle. However, I understand that the urgency ordinance was not passed at the last meeting. This was already scheduled to be brought back for a standard ordinance for consideration by the council. And it's before you this evening. The text of the ordinance is identical to the urgency ordinance that was presented to you 2 weeks ago. The only difference being that this would be a standard ordinance. If the council pleases, by 3 votes, you could introduce the ordinance this evening. We would bring it back at your next meeting, which would be in August for adoption because you're dark in July. And then the ordinance would be effective in September. One thing I will suggest to the council that if it moves forward with introducing the ordinance this evening, that we add one piece of language to the ordinance, which would be that the campaign contribution limits in this code will not apply to political contributions made prior to the effective date of this ordinance. Given that if this ordinance is ultimately introduced and passed, then becomes effective, it's going to be late August or probably early September by the time the ordinance is in effect. And the question then becomes, can you go retroactive to apply the ordinance to prior contributions? That's highly questionable. So our office's recommendation is that you do put in a cutoff here. Any contributions prior to this ordinance being effective would not be subject to some of the specifics here. Although for practical purposes, you already have a $250 direct contribution limit, and you already have the $1 contribution disclosure requirement. And those 2 core requirements in the ordinance are not changed. Fundamentally, what we've done is we've just beefed it up with a lot of the standards that are handed down to us by the U.S. Supreme Court and the lower courts as to the constitutionality of regulating certain campaign finance issues versus others. And those laws apply whether we have it in the ordinance or not. We just included that for clarity because that's easier than going and reading all of the case law on that. We also added an enforcement and various other technical provisions in order to make the ordinance more effective in practice. Because again, under AB 571, when you adopt your own campaign finance ordinance, the city will be responsible for enforcing it, not the FPPC. So again, our suggestion this evening would be that we put this language in there that the limit doesn't apply. But then that's the call of the council, whether you want to do that or not.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Priest, just remind me, our minimum is $1 and the maximum is $250. Is that correct?
Yes, council member, the direct contribution limit is $250 from any source per election. The disclosure requirement, and again, there's 2 tiers when you're dealing with campaign finance. There's the substantive limit. What's the limit of the money that somebody can give? And then there's disclosure requirements. And the $1 is the disclosure requirement. Anybody who contributes to a candidate or candidate control committee or makes an expenditure has to disclose $1 or more. That's pretty low, I will mention. FPPC, you can make anonymous or cash contributions below $100. But this is something the city can do. It is much stricter. As indicated in your agenda, we have prepared a supplemental Form 470, which candidates and committees would have to use. Anybody else making an expenditure would have to use to disclose those that are $1 or more.
Thank you, Mr. Priest. And as I understand it, since it's no longer an emergency ordinance, your recommendation is that if this council were to move forward and approve it, you would recommend that it would not be retroactive. It would only move forward from the date that it is approved at the second reading, or so it could still have some impact on this election cycle?
Yes, our goal was to bring it before the council so you could consider it and potentially adopt it in time so it would start governing this election cycle.
And it wouldn't be effective upon the second reading. It would be effective 30 days after the second reading.
Thank you,
if the
council,
second
for the
reading's approved.
clarification. I appreciate that. So it would, so potentially it could be impacting for maybe a month or so, assuming 30 days after, and knowing that council's in dark for the month of July. So the second reading couldn't come until August.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And then you wait 30 days.
Right.
Now, an alternative that the council can consider is we do not include this language, and instead the city takes the position, unlike a city that has nothing in place. I think you'd absolutely have to have this language because there's no law in place prior to the enactment of this ordinance. But you do have some law on the books already. You do have the substantive $2.50 contribution limit, and you do have the substantive $1 disclosure. What your resolution didn't have was a lot of the extra technical things just to beef it up. So you don't necessarily, when I think about it, you may not necessarily have to have this language. And the more I think about it, again, my apologies for kind of changing course here, but you may be able to get by without this language if I think about it, because again, you've already got those substantive and disclosure limits in there. So you may be able to apply that to this election anyway, because again, there's the $2.50 limit already in place by the resolution and the $1 disclosure requirement. So we're not changing those substantive rules. Obviously, if the council were to change those to something lower or something different, we'd have to consider whether that has to be only applicable going forward. But actually, the more I think about it, I'm gonna step back a little bit. You may not need this language after all, as I think about it, because again, you've already got some substantive limits on the books.
Right. And so it's recently come to my attention, and as I understand it, the city of Gilroy has a cap of $750. And so if I were to want to lean in that direction and council were to support that action, what action would be required of this council to expand it? Because again, whether we do anything, if we don't do anything today, I mean, the current language stands. And so I frankly would think maybe to increase the dollar figure would be a good thing.
Well, I will tell you, council member, if you were to increase that limit, then I don't think you would need this qualifying language, because right now there's the narrow requirement, $250 per source per election. If you were to expand it, nobody under the prior resolution is going to get in trouble by following the new ordinance, because the new ordinance is more expansive. If the council wanted to do that, we would ask you to introduce the ordinance and just provide direction to staff, introduce with that change. So instead of the $250 number, it would be $750 per source per election.
Thank you, Mr. Priest. Also, I'm not aware of any challenges that the city of Gilroy has faced with their ordinance. And I know you're the subject matter expert, and for clarity and disclosure, both myself and the mayor actually were part of the ad hoc committee that led to this work, this volume and body of work. And so are you aware of any challenges the city of Gilroy may have faced as a result of their ordinance?
I'm not aware of anything, but to be honest with you, I have not done a deep dive into Gilroy's ordinance or situation, so I really couldn't say.
Thank you, Mr. Priest. Those are my questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, Tom? Go ahead, Ms. Morales.
So I just wanted to clarify, and it was actually confirmed by the mayor earlier today in terms of placing items on the agenda. So it was not city council that directed staff or your office to actually place this on the agenda. And one of the issues that I want, at least our city manager and city attorney or whomever's responsibility it is to look at our policies and practice. And we're also missing our to-do list in terms of items placed on the agenda that's normally attached to every city council packet, which should be included in old business. So one, I just wanted to make that clear, and it was confirmed that usually when items are being asked to be brought back, usually it takes several meetings for that to take place. And I have additional comments. There's language in here that excludes groups. So it says that only people or corporations owned by a single person can donate. Why was that language added?
Yes, thank you, council member. Section 2.06.050 is written to prohibit organizational contributions. And what that is intended to do, and again, it's still good law. There is an older Supreme Court case that upheld bans on organizational direct contributions to candidates or candidate control committees. And so the way this is written is that no person, and again, in our ordinance, person is defined broadly to include natural individuals as well as legal persons, such as corporations, unions, nonprofits, other organizations. And what this provision says is that you have to be an individual, or if you're a professional corporation that has one member. In my profession, lawyers do this frequently. You could donate to a candidate or candidate control committee through your professional or personal corporation if it's an individual, but it could not be a multi-shareholder or multi-member corporation or business of some sort. Again, whether you include that prohibition or not is entirely a policy call of the council. If you elect to take that out, we can delete that section. And what would happen at that point is that any corporations, unions, other organizations would be subject to the direct contribution limit, $250, $750, whatever the council ultimately determines. I will give one last caveat here, is that there are a number of types of elections. I'm sure as you were reading the ordinance, the council noticed this. There are a number of types of elections and expenditures that are not subject to contribution limits. I emphasize that this is a direct contribution limit, the $250 currently, and whatever the council ultimately votes on later tonight is a direct contribution limit. It's the money you can give directly to a candidate or the candidate's controlled committee, which is run by the candidate and the candidate's team. If a company, whether it be a corporation, union, whatever, makes an independent expenditure, there's no coordinating with the candidate, there's no deposit to the candidate or the candidate's committee, they're just making a completely independent expenditure. There's no limits on that. That's the Citizens United decision. There are some other cases too, and we've built those exceptions into this ordinance where if you are setting up a committee or an organization that is supporting or opposing a recall effort, that's not subject to limits. Ironically, it's a weird idiosyncrasy of California law that the people pushing a recall or opposing the recall itself are not subject to the limits, but the individuals who would be running to replace that recalled officer if the recall happened do have to meet those limits because they're running as individuals. It's a strange area of the law. But again, the ordinance has all of that in there. And so while, again, you could prohibit organizational contributions that are directly to the candidate or the candidate control committee, that organization can go out there and make independent expenditures all day. And there's nothing that can stop that.
So why was this introduced if the city of Hollister has never had any issues with this? Is this just come out of the blue? Is this something to control or suppress or deter future candidates or prospective candidates from running?
This was included because this is a provision that's commonly in campaign finance ordinances. If the council believes that this is not a problem that the city has been facing, you can again opt to delete that section and then just go with the rest of the ordinance. And again, those organizations would then not be totally banned, but they would be limited to that direct contribution limit, $250, $750, whatever that ends up being.
Okay, thank you. Well, my preference is to have it removed, so hope that's noted. Moving on to the penalties, these seem really harsh. Again, what is the intent? Is it to deter potential candidates? I mean, if people were given a test, I think that would be a better opportunity for people to demonstrate their skill sets, and it actually prohibits a lot of different groups or individuals from wanting to run for office. We already have that problem in terms of candidates wanting to run just because of the experience that they know that they will be facing in just wanting to serve their community. So can you talk about, knowing and understanding that you've seen documentations in terms of the city's previous responsibility and history, why would the city take such harsh penalties, including just misdemeanors, and having a person who actually won the election, was voted by the people, to be removed under such ordinance?
Thank you, council member. First of all, violation of any code provision is typically a misdemeanor. So I'm not really adding anything special into this ordinance. We're just making that clear. I would also note that if you look at the enforcement section of the ordinance, which comes a little bit earlier than the penalties, the idea behind that is if allegations are made of campaign finance ordinance violations, an independently contracted enforcement authority attorney would look at that. And that would not be the city attorney. That would not be me, because I'm already working with the city and I wouldn't want to get into that dual relationship. There are attorneys out there that do this work. I know a number of them, and I've talked with them, and they would be willing to assist. And you're not my only client going through this. There are a number of clients who are doing AB 571 ordinances. And so I would be looking to these people to tap as enforcement authority attorneys for them as well as for Hollister, if it came to that. I will note that when that enforcement authority attorney gets the complaint, they have 30 days to review it for probable cause, as we call it. I'm going to be frank with you. Realistically, most campaign finance violations turn out to be unfounded, or they tend to be very small violations and not a very huge issue. And so oftentimes an enforcement authority attorney is going to give you back a probable cause finding saying there was nothing there. And that will pretty much end it at that point. If in fact there are violations and the facts justify that, the enforcement authority attorney can move forward with things like fines, administrative or civil, could prosecute a misdemeanor, although that would be really, really strong. I mean, there'd have to be some pretty bad situation there. And I also know, I think I've heard from at least one member of the council who said, while it would be in the code and stuff, nobody's really looking in Hollister to be criminally prosecuting people for violations of the campaign finance ordinance. Even so, even if there were enough facts to justify prosecuting something for a misdemeanor, the enforcement authority attorney can't impose a misdemeanor. They would still have to go to court and prove the case to a judge. And that's a criminal case. That's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So, that's got to be a pretty serious thing to take this criminal. And again, my understanding is that's not really going to be the immediate way anybody wants to go. That would be for the really egregious things. The fine structure, that's a pretty common fine structure, $250 and then $500 if the violation remains for 30 days, $1,000 if it's for 60 days or longer. And again, these are things that ultimately the enforcement authority attorney would have to go to a court to make it finally enforceable. An attorney can send letters all day saying pay the fine, but ultimately to get that money collected, they would have to go to court. So the purpose of the enforcement process here is so that the enforcement authority attorney, and then you've got a judge involved when it gets really serious. And so you've got a series of, legal decision makers independent of the city who are able to, look into these allegations and go from there. If the council thinks that the graduated fine schedule is too high, you can reduce that. That's entirely a policy call. Again, my position is that that's $250, $500, $1,000 is pretty reasonable. Also, the enforcement authority attorney will have some discretion here. I don't think anybody's going to be going out and getting people for $200,000, $500,000 fines because, an I wasn't dotted or a T wasn't crossed or something like that. Again, it would have to be something pretty serious before we start going down that road. And as for removal of somebody for violating this ordinance, if you look at that section, there's a lot of layers you've got to go through. The allegations have to be bad enough that the enforcement authority attorney goes, wow, okay, we got to go for the big one here and get this person out. But then secondly, you still have to go to a judge. And we made it very clear in here that the court is authorized to, remove the person and keep them out of office for the maximum amount allowed by state law. There are only certain state laws where somebody can be removed from office upon conviction and kept out of office. Most of those are felonies. There are some misdemeanors under the Political Reform Act where somebody can be removed and can be barred from service. But again, that's something a court would have to determine. So again, we have this impartial neutral outside of the city making that determination. I hope that explains.
Well, my concern is that the city of Hollister will have to pick up the tab, the investigation process at potentially $250 to $400 an hour for various complaints. We'll have to go through the various process. And as you know, many of these legal fees add up. And so it is then the city will not have a choice to properly fund not only an investigator, but then fund any and all actions against any type of, whatever processes it goes through. And again, my concern is due to the city of Hollister's history, we do not have a good track record, and we are going to put ourselves in liability until we fix those issues. So thank you for those comments. My next question is.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, if I may, let me just respond to your point briefly on that. We have built into the ordinance a provision. It is in 206080B that specifically says the city council shall appropriate sufficient funds from the city's treasury to retain the services of the enforcement authority and permit him/her to fully investigate and if necessary, take action to enforce. So that is in there, and that does commit the city to adequately funding the enforcement authority attorney in looking into this. The concern about large legal fees, as I mentioned earlier, most of these allegations will probably be dismissed at a probable cause phase. So I'll give the example. The last meeting that I attended, we had a discussion about independent expenditures and all of that. That was something that, when I was asked the question, I was able to answer fairly promptly. I didn't spend, 15, 20 hours of billable time arriving at my conclusion. It didn't take very long. And I think that's going to be most of the allegations. To the extent that you have one or two that are very serious, then that attorney will be going down and there may be some fees in there. The other point I would make is without this structure, how would it be enforced? The challenge you have, particularly with campaign finance, is you're dealing with election issues. You're dealing with incumbent council members. You're dealing with candidates seeking seats. You're dealing with that. It's not the type of thing, and I raised this with the ad hoc committee a few months ago. It's not the type of case that lends itself to code enforcement. City clerk, you go enforce it. City attorney, you go take care of it. The city clerk and the city attorney are in the chain of command of the council. So we've drafted this to specifically say, once this goes to the enforcement attorney, the city attorney's out of it. The city manager's out of it. It's out of the city and being independently investigated and, action taken at that point. The alternatives would be, having an ethics commission, which rarely works well. Ethics commissions tend to be very problematic. Even for small cities, big cities, all across. Ethics commissions tend to be problematic in practice and even more costly in staff, legal time, and all that. So again, our recommendation is if the council wants to move forward, that we would go with this enforcement authority attorney concept. I think that best balances the independent investigation with cost and labor intensiveness and all that. So thank you for indulging me in my answer.
Yes, no, I think there needs to be an enforcement mechanism. I think the penalties are too harsh, worried about the potential expenditures, potential claims. And you also have the FPPC as a body who's also an enforcement agency. My last question is, and also the comment is that, you know, a lot of this is being brought forth by false allegations and things that just never transpired. So we're creating, again, policy that's not very thoughtful and thought out, which leads me to my next question, which is, you know, this policy, and I know you talked about it earlier, this policy doesn't really take into account a lot of the various situations that occur with elections. Like, you know, a lot of the things you stated, whether it's retroactive, whether it's, you know, how does it tie into special elections? How does it tie into, you know, appointments? How does it tie into a lot of different things? And you talked about not necessarily applying retroactively or just not even having language whatsoever, and that it would still cover the basis. Again, when there are issues, as we know there might be because there have been, who is it going to be addressing, you know, all those issues? And of course, the city is going to pick up the tab. So this enforcement person will just have to route a lot of those questions. And we also have a lot of issues with, you know, campaign rules, which is proper signage, videos, supporting or speaking against candidates on social media. You just heard publicly from community members about, you know, a lot of different situations that all are under the FPPC. And so that's also, so please speak to that.
Mhm. Well, the challenge you have here is that you're adopting your own policies. And under AB 571, when you adopt your own campaign contribution limits, you are responsible for enforcing it. That's hardwired right into the statute. The FPPC is out of it. The FPPC might enforce other areas of the law that are not covered by your ordinance, but that's a little uncertain. The other option the city has is to not consider this and to repeal the resolution and just go with the default state limit, which is $4,900 per source per election. And then the FPPC will enforce all of it, because then you're just going with the default limit. But again, that's the default limit. That's $4,900. That's not $250. And again, if you were to repeal your resolution, there would not be a $1 disclosure requirement either. Then you would go back to the Political Reform Act FPPC standards, which is, you know, anonymous and cash contributions are okay up to $100. Anything above that's got to be by check and all that. And then, you know, you document it for disclosure purposes.
Thank you.
One thing I didn't hear you speak on, maybe you can speak on it for me, is self loans, loaning yourself, loaning your own campaign finances. There's no limit on that, but there's limit on organizations and what the public can give you.
That is correct. Under U.S. Supreme Court decisions, you have an absolute right to self-fund your campaign as much money as you have. You can loan your campaign as much money as you have because it's your money. And that is your, the thing you have to understand with Political Reform Act and campaign finance is that money is speech. The Supreme Court has said it repeatedly. And so
Money is what? Can you repeat that for me?
Money is speech. And so spending money for political activism is speech. And so the only justification for campaign contribution limits in the law currently, and this is the Citizens United decision again, is direct contributions to the candidate or the candidate's control committee by somebody else, an organization, by an individual, somebody that you can regulate. But somebody using their own money, no, that is their own free speech. Can't limit that.
And so if I receive contributions from company A, does that mean I have to vote for everything in their favor?
No, no. In fact, that's the reason. That's actually the reason why campaign contribution limits, to a certain extent, are constitutional, because the risk of what they call quid pro quo corruption, that's just a Latin phrase for pay to play, that risk is high enough that you can infringe on free speech to a limited extent and say, we're limiting your speech to $250 to that candidate.
Thank you.
But the risk of somebody pay to play corrupting themselves with their own money. It's not there. And so the court has said that you can't limit somebody using their own funds.
Awesome. Me, I personally like the FPPC and their roles and their staff, especially with our history here in Hollister. I think we're adding too many roles for nothing. It's a waste of our time. I could see if we had a history of this. I don't know. To me, it doesn't make sense to burden our staff that's understaffed, overworked, and the extra finances for nothing. And I get it. If nothing happens, then we don't have to go down that road. But I just don't see the value in that. I love the transparency. I love raising the limit from $250 to $750, but $750 when you're running a campaign, that's not that much money. You know what? And to limit to someone to $250, and it seems like on this hand, you self-fund, you loan yourself as much as you want, and I think it's money. You get a lot of speech because you have a lot of money, and on this hand, you have someone like what I had to do, and I don't have a lot of money. I don't loan myself the money. And for now, I would have to record everything over $1. It was hard enough doing it under the old rules. I'd say someone's going to give me $20. They say, I appreciate it. Great. Awesome. Thank you. Most of all, because you know what else money represents? That they trust me. And that's huge. When you're sitting up here, that's huge. So anyways, thank you for that. I'm going to be using that. Hopefully I can use your phrase, money is speech.
Well, money is speech, and that's not my words. It's the U.S. Supreme Court.
I guess that's why I'm so quiet. That's all. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I just want to say that, so Rick, thank you for saying that. It just reminded me that we're also creating an ordinance that completely elevates people who have a lot of money and that could and self-fund and give whatever they want to their campaigns because they can. And it really excludes people who want to provide service, who are representative of the community, whose voice needs to be heard and can relate to their community. And so you are completely, we have a lot of different trainings when it comes to government and the role of creating institutional racism or policies that completely put aside a population. And in this situation, we're putting aside a population that just is not rich. So I want to make sure that the residents of the city of Hollister truly understand that this ordinance is lifting people who have a lot of money that could lend it to themselves, and it doesn't matter whether they win or lose because they have the ability to have those funds available. And it completely deters people who are good people, who have skill sets, that want to volunteer, that want to represent their community, the community needs, simply because they can't. And we are just adding additional restrictions to deter them from serving their community and providing a voice of the much needed services that we absolutely need.
Councilmember Burns, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to be clear. I did not self-fund a whole lot of money. I came in at $1,500. It was my money. I didn't take a nickel from anybody. And I don't necessarily believe what you've just said to be 100% accurate. And I'm both of you, because at the end of the day, I'm a living proof. You can get up here if you do the hard work, and it doesn't take a lot of money to do that if you're committed to do the work. And I believe that you've probably done the work, but I don't think you have to try and buy a campaign. I'm sitting here and I'm living proof of that to begin with. And so, and I think I do a pretty good job. So also, I think it's important to recognize we already have the ordinance. We're just trying to clean it up. And I think Mr. Priest has done a pretty good job of sharing with you the structure, the transparency, the accountability, and a process. And whether we prove or pass this tonight with changes, or we choose not to pass it tonight, it's still on the books. And we'll just have to find another way to address this on a daily basis. And so I guess those are my points. Again, you don't have to have a lot of money to get elected to city council. And if you want to talk to me privately, you know how to find me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, actually, you know what?
Councilmember, go ahead, sir.
Well,
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I self-funded myself too. And you know what? It's like, and then people send me afterwards, yeah, some funded me before. History. You know what? Regardless, when you have more money, you can advertise more. And if a person chooses to advertise more, or you do like I did and you go knock on doors, and each door and each yard sign, because I only did yard signs and one mailer. And you know what? Each yard sign was a conversation of at least 20 minutes. You know what? I had at least 200 yard signs up. So that's a lot of minutes. So if you can afford, if money's not an issue with that, that's because you don't have to go to work. And it's just like, you know, hopefully this is not too far off topic, but you know, I think it's a disservice that, first of all, we haven't brought our campaign council pay back to in front of the council. Second of all, but most of all, it's like.
So yeah, it is pretty
Okay.
far off topic.
I'll save it
Councilmember.
for our G4. Stay tuned.
Is that it? Thank you. Mr. Burns, I agree with you 100%. You are the exact example of a person that went out campaigning without taking money from developers, special interests, or anybody else. You did it. I've gone to my campaigns, tried to, and then all of a sudden I see tens of thousands of dollars being spent by developers or groups that are attacking, misleading, spreading lies. And heck yeah, I can afford to put some of my money in, and I do, to fight back. Why? Because I don't think developers should control our community. As I said before, I've been in the industry long enough to know what bad development is. And we are a shining example of developers taking over and taking advantage of a community. I cannot believe we're actually sitting here having a discussion or argument about wanting more money from special interest groups. That just seems silly to me. Unbelievable. We have a history. We have a history in this community of dollars getting funneled into campaigns, big dollars, thousands of dollars. We just had a campaign where nearly $100,000 was funneled through PACs and different groups. That is just absolutely, ma'am, that's absolutely wrong. We should be having campaigns where each candidate is walking door to door doing exactly what Mr. Burns did. You know, there's, you know what? You could put, as Mr. Burns said, $1,500 into your campaign and go walking and have more effect than what some of these PACs have done or developers have done to our community. It's just absolutely wrong what's happened. And it's why we have issues. I've seen candidates get elected that had great ideas. 6 months later, they're rubber stamping mega developments. And all of a sudden we're seeing these huge donations. So we need to make sure that we're staying transparent. To say the population is not rich, so therefore we need to make sure that special interest, ma'am, special interest groups can control this council in the city. It's just wrong. Absolutely wrong. It's costing this community millions of dollars to catch up on those bad decisions that were made by special interest groups, people they supported. So we shouldn't be worried about additional restrictions. We should be worried about making sure the public is being protected and our system is transparent as possible. We have this problem not only here, statewide, federal, and we know the results of this. We know it. We all do. We need special interest money out of it. We need community members elected because they have good ideas and not because they're funded by groups that want to have decisions made in their favor. That's not the way this should work. So I'm proud of the work we did. I'm proud of the the information you provided us today. It's very informative, and I think we can do some good things. The rules are here. This was about beefing them up. And if we can't do it tonight, hey, at least we still have the rules in place. So thank you very much for your information. At this point, we will open a public hearing.
First one, we have Mia Casey.
Council members, please don't let the desire to move forward outweigh a thorough review and value of the community input. The artificially low contribution level and not allowing organizations to contribute sets up a really uneven playing field, and it does hurt grassroots candidates and give an unfair advantage to wealthy candidates and incumbents who can roll in unlimited funds. At the December 21 council meeting, Mr. Priest gave some advice and some of it doesn't appear to have been followed. So I have questions. First is, where is the appeals process? It was indicated that if you're going to institute fines, you would also need an appeals process, but I don't see that in this ordinance. Who's got the authority to prosecute violations? A question was asked during that meeting, and it was stated that if the outside attorney found violations, it would be referred to the district attorney. But the ordinance says that they could do this, or they can commence administrative, civil, or criminal legal actions. So why was this language included? An outside agency is going to determine and commence lawsuits on behalf of the city. Is this wise? Where's the oversight? The ordinance also states the outside attorney is immune to liability. So if they commit malpractice, it's the city's dime. And if they're not subject to review by the city attorney, the city manager, the city council, who is providing oversight and controlling their fees and costs? It was indicated during that meeting that this could become resource intensive. In other words, a very expensive proposition. All of the heavy-handed enforcement language to me is just over the top and oppressive, and given past behavior of false accusations being made, it has a really high probability of being abused. I'd ask you to rethink the whole ordinance and gauge its value against the chilling effect on grassroots candidates, the huge expense, the potential for abuse, and increased liability to the city. I just don't understand the necessity of creating and paying for an additional level of bureaucracy when the FPPC already provides this oversight free of charge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Celeste Toledo Bocanegra.
Okay, so first I want to just clarify that I don't want to discredit anyone's campaign because it takes hard work, effort, and time, and we all take a different route and experience. Since when I did the recall, it's just a complete different experience. And yes, I do believe walking door to door is what a great way. It's kind of like arguing natural birth to cesarean birth. You know, you can't compare the two. They're both different experiences. So I'm just letting you know everyone has their own road. And I think it's amazing because you guys won and you guys are here now. So moving forward, basically, I don't want to pick on the mayor again. So I'll just say, council members, you have forgotten that you are on our payroll, the people of Hollister's payroll. You work for us. You are not almighty, and you have no right to treat the residents of Hollister as second-class citizens. If this ordinance passed, you are not hurting the candidates running by restricting them, but yet keeping and restricting the local voters to be informed of who and what the candidates stand for. How you may ask? You will not only be limiting the candidates' contributors from keeping them by exercising their fundamental American right to support the candidates by using their First Amendment right, as we heard. They choose to support by means of donation, and most importantly, by the means these donations would help the candidates spread their political stance to the community. which in return allows the voters to make their own decisions in which who they will support in the election polls. This ordinance alone and whoever supports this ordinance is disruptive to the American voter by exercising their fundamental right to vote. And this is a crime. This is local tyranny. And all who vote on this ordinance should be arrested for a violation of the voters' 15th Amendment right and women's, I have to throw women in there, women's voting rights, 19th Amendment right. Now ask yourselves, why are these terms necessary? Is there a history with evidence that we must put these rules and regulations in place? Is the public asking for these rules? We already have FPPC laws in place. So because I have little time, I'm not going to complete it. And also another question I have, my husband and I have a joint account. Is this going to violate him from supporting me? Since how are you going to know if he's giving me money to support my campaign? So I have that question too, if the gentleman can answer that. So I don't violate any campaign law.
Mr. Mayor, did you want me to respond?
After.
Okay.
Go through the speakers.
Tony Avila.
Good evening, everyone. I agree with Mr. Priest there that we already have a process in it's a FPPC. You're not creating a legal, not illegal, but a level playing field for all the candidates. There are some that cannot self-fund themselves. It's very difficult for them to raise money, and to put a cap of $250 on a campaign, that's unspeakable, because it takes just to run for your seats could average anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 minimum if you choose to go that route. Some of us cannot go that route, and I commend the ones that do the hard work and not rely on all the money. But you're putting a cap on people that was earlier stated, that people that cannot afford it but have great ideas and can move forward and make a better community here in Hollister don't have the funding. So they should not be penalized. We should continue with the cap of $4,900 if they have people that are willing to fund. And also a lot of the, I was looking over all your 2.06.010 and all the way down. I mean, you need to have better language on what is written down, because it leaves things to not the imagination, but there's no guidelines for instance, 2.06.050E. And also I'll just abbreviate 070C, provides no guidelines on such documents that people need to do to learn to file. Also, who's going to be enforcing the authority? It's already stated that the staff that we have is overburdened and overworked and underpaid, I'm sure. Also, 2.080C, what basis to file a complaint? There's no language so far on what people are to do. And again, I like this. I like the fact money is speech, and I believe people that have money can buy their way into office. Thank you.
Next, we have Courtney Evans.
Good evening. Well, I think the language from Mr. Priest, the language from the mayor is basically, this is a tactic to scare people and to intimidate people. If it's not enforced by the FPPC, why would we need the city to cause that Mr. Priest, I think your microphone was on. We don't need the city to enforce the people. We've already paid taxpayer dollars to have an attorney write this. So our taxpayer dollars are paying an attorney to write language to enforce us and to limit our ability to get involved in elections. So that is just a ridiculous waste of money. And it's easy when it's not your money that you're spending. And I'm really tired of the mayor's little tactics. And I appreciate Ms. Morales bringing it up of how things just magically appear on the agendas and we don't follow the process. You're not including what the people's business is so that we are fully informed. I also find it interesting. I just read an article on from Benito Link on May 23rd of this year. The mayor donated $857.55 to Roland, who's sitting right next to him, to run for county supervisor. This is an overreach of government. And I am really frustrated that the mayor talks about transparency when at the beginning it was very clear that we are upset with him for not being transparent. I don't trust that our taxpayer dollars are going to further enforce the people when the people right now are looking to replace you, and that's what makes you uneasy. That's where these ordinances are coming from, because you're nervous. The people are standing up, the people are getting together, so you're trying to find a way to hinder their ability of supporting each other. I'm really disgusted with paying this extra money for, as Mr. Priest said, it's not even going to go and be enforced. Our DA's office already has a stack of over 200 complaints that they can't even get through. And we're going to add more and pay an attorney to enforce. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous that it was pushed through agendas. It's ridiculous that this is what our taxpayer dollars are being spent on. I expect there to be more transparency with every person on that council. And if there's not, I expect the council to hold each other accountable. The FPP let's let them do their job. It's not the city's job to enforce anything like this.
Thank you very much.
Martin Garcia. Steve Belong.
Good evening, esteemed council members and mayor. As a District 4 resident, I don't see the need for campaign reform, and it seems unwarranted. It actually looks like to be targeting against a certain group of people. As elected officials, we count on you to do what's right for all of us, not just a select few. If you're going to exclude one group, then you need to exclude the business owners as well to level the playing field. Do what's right, do what's fair, and vote no on the campaign reform agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
I see that name.
Martin
back up.
Garcia again, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, hi. So my name is Martin Garcia. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I'm out of town, but this is a real important meeting to me. I really wanted to bring up this issue. I'm a resident of Hollister. I'm just not understanding the need or want for campaign reform. To me personally, it looks like this reform is targeting certain people to keep them out of the local politics. Be fair. No on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Casey.
Mayor and City Council, my name is John Casey. I'm a resident of Hollister. I've read this ordinance and I'm concerned and looking for the point. While I've heard words like transparency and fairness, I don't see that in this document. What I do see is suppression of candidates and punitive measures and potential for witch hunts. The independent witch hunter, who will be paid by the city without oversight, is in search for candidates they can potentially bring to some sort of prosecution based on the sketchiest of claims. Now, remember, this witch hunter is getting paid regardless of outcome, which puts more strain on the limited city resources. And the candidate is spending time and resources to clear up any issues. In the Federal Elections Campaign Act of 71, as amended in 74, in the landmark case of Buckley versus Vallejo, the Supreme Court has weighed in on contribution limits and freedom of speech and expression. Quote, as contribution limitations, the court in Buckley recognized that political contributions serve to affiliate a person with a candidate and enable like-minded persons to pool their resources in furtherance of common political goals. Contribution ceilings, therefore, limit one important means of associating with a candidate or committee. Yet even significant interference with protected rights of political association may be sustained if the state demonstrates a sufficiently important interest and employs means closely drawn to avoid unnecessary abridgment of associated freedom, unquote. Clearly, this becomes a potential for freedom of speech violation, and any ordinance should have a justification to limit such rights. Do we have that here? No. During this council debate on the urgency request, there were no cases brought up that would indicate the need for a broad punitive ordinance. As to expenditure limitations, the court wrote, quote, a restriction on the amount of money a person or group can spend on political communication during a campaign necessarily reduces the quantity of expression by restricting the number of issues discussed, the depth of their exploration, and the size of the audience reach. The expenditure of money in political campaigns may involve speech alone, conduct alone, or mixed speech and conduct, but all of it involves communication. And when government regulation is aimed directly at suppressing that communication, it does not matter how that communication is defined. As such, the regulation must be subjected to close scrutiny and justified by compelling government interests, unquote. Laws limiting campaign contributions which limit spending have been challenged as violating First Amendment rights. There's plenty of case law that making too low contribution limit that makes mounting a campaign improbable, if not impossible, is unlawful. I believe this ordinance may also violate the 9th and 14th Amendments as well. Look, people need to believe in their government, and this ordinance predisposes that our local candidates are corrupt and need more oversight than the current laws provide. I just don't believe that's true. Anyone who has filled out the fundraising form certainly understands the obligation to tell the truth in these filings. Again, this ordinance may infringe on the due process provisions of the 14th Amendment. Where's the appeals process that your own attorney said should be included in this document? So we can just skip the appeal process and skip someone out? I would strongly request that you shelve this ordinance, repeal the previous ordinance. It's not needed. Let the FPPC do their job. It's incomplete and it violates candidates' First, 9th, and 14th Amendments.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Miss Elia Salinas.
Good evening. For years and years and years, we have been hearing the mayor accuse people of being special interest and being developers without any evidence whatsoever. Can you imagine what this ordinance will do? I can hear it now. He makes the accusation, he's the mayor, and you have to follow the rules. And now it is an expense to the city every single time the mayor calls out and says, oh, you're making a decision based on a special interest and/or a developer. What are special interests and what are developers? We don't know because the mayor never seems to be able to name them. This has been going on for years. This ordinance, I'm totally against. I was against it and I spoke about it before. The FPPC already does this job. It doesn't cost the city. The FPPC has a file under the name of Ignacio Velasquez. Can you imagine all those complaints, what they would have cost the city had it fallen under this ordinance? This is unbelievable. The dismissal and it's just dismissible and it's irrelevant to say that the expense is being made. It's not irrelevant that the expense is going to be set aside. The monies are going to be set aside for the enforcement of it. Of course it's relevant. That's money that should be used on something better than trying to do something that the FPPC already does. And not only that, we have the California Government Code 3060 through 3075 that already covers what this ordinance has already been is talking about. This is okay. Let's do it. For instance, Roland Resendez ran for county supervisor, and he used the name of title of council member for the city of Hollister. Why he qualified for city council for a supervisor? He borrowed the filing fee of $875. That means that under this ordinance, he wouldn't be able to borrow $875 from Ignacio. He borrowed $2,000. A 40-year-old something borrowed $2,000 from his mommy so he can run a campaign. That wouldn't be able to happen because you cannot borrow money from your mommy and from your buddy. It has to come from you. So what would they do? I don't know. Would they under the table give him the money and then he said all of a sudden he came for it? What is going to happen to this with this ordinance is just do a lot of more work for the staff and for the staff that you're already understaffed. We have right now only one city clerk, and we don't even have a city clerk here today. We don't even have a backup. And then you expect to be able to do this, and it's not going to go through the city staff, the enforcement, but the filing documentations will have to go through it. I would prefer that you all rescind this ordinance. Thank you.
We have no more speakers.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public hearing. Mr. Priest, do you have some comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I've heard a number of statements about the Buckley v. Vallejo citation that we heard earlier. Yeah, Buckley is, still good law, and it says that limiting contributions, limiting spending, these are issues of free speech, and therefore they get strict scrutiny. That doesn't mean that the Supreme Court's going to say you can never do them. It means they get the highest level of scrutiny and they have to meet a very high standard for the court to say it's constitutional. And again, Buckley v. Vallejo, and then later on, Citizens United, McCutcheon v. FEC, and there's been a number of other cases beyond that that still maintain the standard that if you're going to limit speech through the spending of money, you have to really show that, it passes constitutional muster. And the courts have said that if you are trying to prevent quid pro quo appearance or actual corruption of candidates or the council, then it is constitutional to limit campaign contributions. You cannot limit campaign expenditures. You cannot tell a candidate you may only spend this much money on your campaign. Those are unconstitutional. The speaker who was speaking earlier had mentioned that. That is a correct statement. You can limit direct contributions. You cannot limit how much the candidate spends. That's unconstitutional. Second issue, whether the council ultimately adopts this ordinance or keeps the resolution, or lets this all default back to the FPPC and the 4,900 per source per election limit, that's a policy call of the council. That's something that you must decide there. But again, that's going to be a policy call. The question about what's the appeal process? The appeal process is that the outside enforcement attorney can investigate. And as I mentioned earlier, in most cases, it's not going to get much further than a probable cause letter. It'll be, I've looked it over, there's really nothing there. On the other hand, if there is something there, the appeal process is that enforcement attorney is just an attorney, just like me. I can't go to you and say, give me $500 fine. I don't have that legal authority. I would have to go to court and pursue that. So you have an outside attorney going to an independent outside judge to say, based on these facts, based on this law, this person should be fined or this sanction should be imposed. That is the appeal process. An internal appeal process, and I mentioned this to the ad hoc committee several months ago, an internal appeal process is not going to work. Asking the city attorney or the city clerk to do it, they're in the direct chain of command of the council. And that's going to put them inherently in a conflicted situation. That is why this is drafted, to get it out of the city chain of command and into an outside attorney who can then go to an outside judge for final enforcement. So the characterization that this person is a witch hunter, I think is unfair. There is a process built in here. There is a legal framework through the judicial system that does exist. And again, most of the time, it's not going to get that far. Lastly, and by the way, talk about an outside appeal process. Well, if you go to the FPPC, they usually are the final authority, but somebody could take the FPPC to court as well. if they thought that the FPPC overreached or came to an incorrect ruling. So ultimately, either way you go, you're going back into a court to get this finally enforced. And that is where the due process, the appeal, so to speak, is not an appeal. It would be an original case to the trial court, but that's where the due process would come in. Again, the enforcement attorney can look at it, assemble the facts, assemble the law, but cannot impose the penalty him or herself. It's got to go to the court. So that's how that's designed. All that said, if the council's pleasure is to do something different, repeal the original reso and not adopt this, that is your prerogative, and you go back to the FPPC limit and FPPC enforcement. That's the policy call. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Some good music going on over there. I do want to just make one final comment, and then again, these rules are in place. There is a cap of $250. That's not changing tonight. This was about adding more teeth to some of the rules. And I take notice, sitting here, the majority of the speakers I spoke tonight, not all of them, were involved with a group that were attacking people that were anti-growth or that believed in slower growth. Literally organized group spreading misinformation about them. Yeah, hang on. Ma'am, you don't have the, no, ma'am, you don't have the floor. This is why this is important. We've seen this over and over. We've seen big money go into these accounts, these campaigns to get what they want. This needs to change. Can't have a few people that are highly funded by groups of people that want something. And at the, unfortunately, at the cost of the public. Things have to change, and hopefully they will. Yeah. Luckily, we do have these rules in place already. Just want to make sure we understood that. So thank you very much. On this item, is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd actually like to make a motion to pull it. It's pretty clear to me that this is going to end in a deadlock. And I, for one, if I put it out there early, I want to increase the limit to 750. And so I guess this, for the city attorney, if this ends as proposed in a 2-2 vote, what's the next step? We've had some confusion in this area in the past.
The motion fails. If it's a 2-2, the motion fails.
Okay. So that'd be my recommendation, to pull it and bring it back.
Okay, that's your motion.
Yes.
So I'll second your motion. So first we'll start with that vote. There's a motion, any second. All in favor?
No.
Okay, hang on a second. Audience, no, the meeting after meeting being disruptive is a problem. Please act professional while you're in the chambers. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Against?
No.
Motion does not carry. We'll go back to the original item. Is there a motion?
I'd like some clarification again from the city attorney. So if this motion fails tonight, what does it take to bring it back?
At least something significantly different.
Okay.
It cannot be the same ordinance. You guys follow Rosenberg's rules of order.
Right.
Can't be the same.
Right. So again, who interprets significance?
Well, I would have to look at what that is as well as Mr. Priest, and then we could interpret it at that time. I can't give you thresholds right now. I can't give you examples right now, but it would need to be something different.
Okay. And so if this dies for a lack of motion, same scenario?
Same scenario. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And again, I think we need to be clear. People are confused here. There already is something on the books that limits it to the 250 rule. I want to make sure we're clear about that, and disclosing anything over $1. All this does, it's a little more definition on the rules. We'll go back. Is there a motion on this item?
Dies for a lack of motion, Mayor.
It'll die for lack of. You know what? Let's step back. I'll make a motion on this. No, we haven't finished.
You
No,
get
I'm-
take backs?
I'm making a motion.
Did you not say that it died?
Okay,
for
under
lack-
Rosenberg's Rules of Order, there can be three separate motions made. The mayor's making a motion to approve this item. I recommend you go with a second.
Thank you. I made a motion. Is there a second on this item? Okay, so there is not a second. So for lack of a second, then the motion dies. Thank you. All right. Now we will move to item E2.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This next item is a public hearing for the levy and collection of the assessments for the Landscape and Lighting District 93-1 for fiscal year 2022-2023. If there's any questions for staff, I'm here to answer those.
Is there any questions from council? This time we'll open public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards.
This time we'll close public hearing. Is there any questions or comments from council?
Nope.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. We'll now move to item F1.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Renee Perales, CIP Manager, Administrative Services. This resolution is related to Senate Bill 1 funding that is available to the City of Hollister to assist in funding road rehabilitation and maintenance projects for fiscal year 2022-23. The city has been identified to receive approximately $916,457 from SB1 for fiscal year 22-23. Approval by the City Council of the project list will secure the SB1 funding for that fiscal year 22-23. This will be the sixth year in which the city is eligible to receive these funds for road maintenance and rehab projects. The funding will assist the city in continuing with essential road maintenance and rehab projects. At the June 6th council meeting, the City Council approved a resolution authorizing staff to call for sealed bids for the 2022 citywide slurry seal project. The slurry seal project will cover approximately 6.52 miles of city streets. Staff is recommending that the 2022 citywide slurry seal project be adopted as our project to be funded in part by the SB1 funding for fiscal year 22-23. And the project is currently out to bid and bids are scheduled to be opened on July 13th. Did you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Go ahead,
Yes.
sir.
I have one. For the 4th Street east of Locust to west of Monterey, is there, I mean, I'm just curious, especially now because I have concerned businesses calling right there between Monterey and San Benito Street. Is there a reason we start one block off of Monterey instead of like from a main road continuing on? I just a question. It's because I know they're complaining about it now because they sealed the cracks and now it's like really rough there. So
I'm not really sure if I can respond to that. I'm not, Mark, can you?
I don't know if that makes sense or because I'm not, streets are not my thing and say, so is there, I mean, it just makes more sense if we start from main roads out or what?
Sure. And I'd have to look up specifically that segment of road, but this is phase one of a three-pronged approach, really. The slurry seal is to address the streets that are moderately in disrepair, the least amount of it, so that's it's something we can get done quick, get it started. The next phase is going to be a cape seal, which is a slightly more structural, and so that section, maybe if it's in worse shape, it is likely slated for a more, it's likely slated for a more intense rehab. The third stage would be the grind and overlay where we actually. take
Okay,
the-
that's,
so-
that makes sense because this is way worse than just alligator asphalt. This is like cracks. So that would take it to the second or third level.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'll just add to that, that the more intense treatments take more time to design and get out on the street.
So with this, it's like, are all of these these are all just slurry seal, correct?
Yes.
So then we're gonna go attack the next one, the next step, more in depth, and then the more in depth one after that.
Yeah, so
why are we not like splitting this up and taking some of the slurry seal and some of the in depth to try to balance it? Because it just seems to me, just on the surface, no pun intended, that we're taking all the inexpensive ones to do all the maintenance, right? And while this is happening, our second tier is going to go into our third tier. Are we attacking some of each or just slurry seal?
Yeah, no, there are multiple in
Okay.
progress right now. The
Thank you.
issue being that when we do a cape seal or a grind and overlay, it's a structural, defined by the state as a structural repair. And that means we have to go through curb ramps and upgrade them all to current standards, which means we need topo, survey. Every survey company in the country is overbooked right now, apparently. So we do have those in action. They're in progress as far as plan production goes. The slurry seal doesn't require any of that, any of the curb ramp updates. So we could get it out to the street faster. So that's really the reason why you're seeing this one first.
And we're not going to be doing any, I can't think of the name, the ones that got done on 7th Street.
Chip seals, no.
Chip seal.
No, yeah.
No more.
We're doing a
Promise?
type 2 slurry
Promise?
seal. I promise.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Madam, can you, you might have done so in other documents, but can you share how these were selected? And can you also add if there's going to be additional? So the 916,457 from SB1, can you also share if there's going to be additional resources needed from the city of Hollister? And has that been, do you have an estimate or is that included in our recommended budget?
So the engineer's estimate is $1.3 million, and it's my understanding that we'll use Measure G money for the difference. And the reason these streets were selected because they can get by with a slurry seal, and that will extend the life of the road. Whereas these bigger projects, I mean, we could just get a lot done with that funding.
Just because I see it happening in other areas, the cost of materials and labor is increasing in just by several months. And we've seen it with really small projects. We get an estimate for 20, and then, 3 months later, it's 90. Have we thought about or anticipated some increased costs? And then how are you planning to accommodate for that? Because it will happen.
As bids come in, I'm sharing them with Kimley Horn so that they can adjust their prices accordingly with their engineers' estimates.
And then the funds are coming out of Measure G, all of it?
No, SB1,
But
so
any increases
will be Measure
outside of
G.
the 916, and we have enough funds to accommodate for any and all increases
Yeah,
up to
we
what?
have about $6 million in Measure G right now.
Okay. All right.
I want to say thank you. This is a project we've been working on for quite a while to get these things finally happening. As you point out, slurry seals extends the life of the roads for another 5 to 7+ years, which is important so they don't get into disrepair or it gets more costly at each level. But important, again, for people to understand, we are in the stages of the engineer work going on to do repair work throughout the city. So it's been a long time coming, and we approved this. We're heading in this direction a while back to get here today, and we're finally seeing the results of that. As was pointed out, once you get past the slurry, then you have to do the new ramps. You have to do a lot more work, and it takes a lot more time, unfortunately. But that's what you all have been working on, and we're going to see some of that. Matter of fact, we have another item coming up here that's been in the works for quite a while, and it's finally happening. So I'm excited for everything we're doing. And as I've told people, we have a lot of work coming up that we planned for, and it's exciting to see it happening. So thank you.
If I may.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to thank the previous council, this council, staff for getting us to the CPI index of 76, that rating. Is it 76?
74.
74.
Yeah.
76 sounds better. Anyway.
We'll be there.
But 74, that's a really good number anyways. It's not 99, but you know, it's not 66.
We're getting there.
So I just wanted, you know, everyone that's been involved in the past with this, you know, good job for getting us here, and let's make that a number higher. And especially let's get some alleys done. Anybody have an alley problem? I do.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. We'll move to item F2.
So this item, this is for the Department of Housing and Community Development has released the 21-22 Notice of Funding Availability, or the NOFA, for the Community Development Block Grant. This NOFA this year included restrictions that required us to review the direction which what you provided, the council provided us at our last meeting for the public hearing. So at this meeting, staff asks for approval to submit the following projects and programs for our application for funding. This year, the CDBG NOFA will only allow one application per activity for a maximum of 1.5 million in total funding. And although the projects that we're proposing do not exceed that limit of funding, the projects per activity are limited. So the following changes are being recommended for our 2022 CDBG program application. We are asking to approve an application for the Hoveness Meals on Wheels program up to $500,000 and a planning grant for an alley study and for the maximum of $250,000. So staff is recommending that the City Council approve this resolution authorizing the submission of the application for funding and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the grant agreement and any subsequent amendments thereto with the state of California for the purposes of the grant. And I also have our consultant, Lori Adams, on the line or on Zoom. So if you have any questions, she's here to help answer those questions.
Thank you. Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Not so much a question, just a comment. Excuse me, moving forward, I would hope that our police department would be consulted in this process. If they weren't, I don't know if they were, but certainly we do have some neighborhoods where code enforcement and CDBG monies could probably be allocated moving forward in the future. So I'd just like for them to be part of the conversation moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have one speaker, Pauline Valdivia.
Test. Okay, I'm all here in the back.
Welcome
Good
back.
evening. I'll make my short. It's been a long night. I just want to say hello to Mayor Velasquez and the City Council members to give me this opportunity to speak to you concerning the CDBG funding. I first want to thank you for your support. This will be, I think, about the third year to fund us, and we desperately need it for our Meals on Wheels program that we have and have been operating for over 40 years here in this community, especially the city of Hollister. So I would urge you to approve Hoveness Meals on Wheels program to be the community project for the city to get funded. We would really appreciate it. It will be greatly needed. It's greatly needed right now. We're serving about 230 meals a day. We have 50 people on our waiting list. I mean, it just goes on. And it's also due because of the COVID and other warrants that are out there, and it's starting to increase a little bit. So we have to just keep up with that. So I just want to thank you very much on behalf of the seniors and also on board of directors. I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you and welcome. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no more speakers.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Burns?
Thank you. I know that this is an application, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll be awarded the funding. But to speak to Ms. Valdivia's comments, what's plan B in the event we don't get the CDBG money? Because I couldn't agree more with her that the the meal program is essential to our community.
I honestly don't have an answer for that.
Sorry, it wasn't my attempt to stump you. So, Mr. Miller, any?
Yeah, we've been pretty successul at this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I understand, but I know we were also successful at getting the SAFER grant a few times and.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Plan B would be to come back to council and have a discussion about it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
No, that, no pun intended, but I have an appetite for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man.
Somehow I think there's no pun intended on that one.
I got a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to thank Paulina and all the staff over there for feeding the 250 meals a day. As part of the AAA committee also, I personally will be looking to help fund more. Like you said, there's 50 people on the waiting list. That's 50 seniors. That's a lot of our uncles, our aunts, our neighbors, our moms and dads. So, they took care of us. It's time for us to take care of them. And thank you and your staff for taking care of them.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Is there a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Now move to item F3.
Okay. This item will accept the bids opened on June 8th, 2022. It will approve a supplemental appropriation and award a contract to Monterey Peninsula Engineering. On April 18th, CIP C2201, the Sally Street Traffic Calming Project, was approved by the City Council and staff was authorized to call for sealed bids. This project will reconstruct Sally Street between Nash Road and Hawkins Street. It also includes the replacement of a water main within Sally and each intersection within the project. And the project will reconstruct the street and curb ramps. New roadway improvements will be conformed to private driveways. It's a very large project. On June 8th, 4 bids were received. The lowest bid was received from Monterey Peninsula Engineering of Marina in the amount of $2,315,495. The other bids received range from $2.6 million to $2.8 million. Staff is requesting the City Council accept the bids, award the contract to the lowest responsive bidder, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract with Monterey Peninsula Engineering, and authorize the city manager to execute contract change orders not exceeding $347,000 only as necessary for a timely completion of the project. Did you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Go ahead.
Can you tell me who the other two, and do you know the history of Monterey Peninsula Engineering? I'm looking to see who the other two bidders and potentially looking at them to.
The other two, John Madonna Construction, let's see, there was 4 bids. John Madonna Construction was the second, Granite Rock was the third, and Precision Grade was the fourth. We've had several projects with Monterey Peninsula Engineering in the past, and they've always been successful projects.
Are any of them local?
Let's see.
And the reason I asked is in the past, we've talked about having, in the RFP process, additional points awarded for being a local to support our local businesses or local companies to be able to have people closer here to just alleviate a lot of different things. So can you talk a little bit more about whether this company does that, or if there's other companies who did the bid that have these?
We don't have anything like that currently in our selection process. We had one, the closest contractor that bid on this was from San Juan Bautista. The other ones were San Jose and San Luis Obispo. But we don't currently have in our process where we give extra points for local companies or local contractors. If we had something like that, it might get more contractors to bid, but we can't guarantee that. We still go with the low bid.
Yeah, and we have local preference for purchasing items, so like vehicles that's a good example.
But in a construction bid,
we don't have that.
Yeah, I know we talked about having something in our RFP process that would give preferential points for, potentially like local or even veterans or kind of some of the standard points or areas in which we want to encourage vendors to.
That's actually a different procurement process, though. An RFP is something that we normally use for consulting services, and we can definitely do that with each RFP. But in the public contract code, we have to go with the low bid unless there's a problem with that contractor that we've maybe had a reason to disqualify them.
Mhm.
By the way, this company is out of Marina.
Marina,
Yeah.
yes, they
I
are.
heard you say San Luis
I
Obispo.
said that in my report.
Okay. They're out of Marina. Any other questions? Did I ask for any speaker cards already?
No, you didn't, and we do not.
Okay. Making sure. Is there a motion?
So moved.
The motion, is there a second? I will second it. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
No,
Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item 4.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor, Eva Kelly, the interim planning manager with the City of Hollister. Item F4 before you tonight is a resolution concerning the San Felipe Precise Line Study. If you'll recall, in December of 2021, the City Council authorized the Development Services Department to work with Kinley Horn to initiate a plan document for the San Felipe Road corridor. And then at the January 18th, 2022 meeting, we brought before you the initial recommendations. At this time, the study has been finalized. And so this is a resolution to consider, and staff recommends adoption of the study and the beautification policies for future implementation. And I do have Frederick Venter and Blake Silkwood from Kimley Horn and Associates on the line to provide a presentation with more details on the study. So with that, I will turn it over to Frederick and Blake.
Thank you, Eva, and good evening, council members. Blake started the PowerPoint. Great. So what we presenting you tonight is the findings of the San Felipe Precise Line Study. Just to remind you that the Precise Line Study, the purpose of it is to determine geometry and more specific right-of-way requirements for a future, and looking really at the long-term future development along a corridor. And so we're going to present you tonight the findings of this Precise Line Study. And of course, we took this study one step further, where part of the scope was to also talk to the Arts Commission, and we got some input from them regarding how we can actually beautify the San Felipe corridor. So we incorporated a couple of elements in this initial finding, and the Precise Line Study. So next slide, please, Blake. So we started out with the study limits from approximately on the south end, Highway 25 and San Felipe Road, going north all the way to about Highway 156 and San Felipe Road. We've added a couple of intersections based on some of the findings of the traffic, made some recommendations, and there is a little bit of a mix of signals and primarily future roundabouts in this study, and we're going to show some of those to you. Next slide, please. So San Felipe currently is a 4-lane facility. It's the old Caltrans highway. It's got no shoulders that can be used by bicycles. Well, there's shoulders, but there's no bike lanes. There's no facilities for pedestrians to walk along. The median is currently landscaped, just basically grass running along the median. But it's really the old character of a typical Caltrans rural facility with no multimodal prospects for facilitating future development and the need for travel other than in a vehicle, so you can walk and bike along it. Next slide, please. So we've developed a couple of options. I think we've also shared these with you in January when we presented the findings. So the existing cross sections mainly consist of the 4 lanes with a shoulder, pretty wide right away on each side, planting strips in the median and planting strips on the outer edges. A little further north where we have the frontage road or technology parkway, the cross section changes slightly, specifically towards where the frontage roads are provided, and that's the bottom graphic that you see. The next slide is going to show you what we proposed, and that's what we presented to you the last time, was a planting strip in the median with ample trees to provide shade. And then we maintain the 4 lanes on the typical cross section, 12 feet for each lane. The reason we keep them 12 feet is because of all the truck traffic. And then we add a 6-foot shoulder on the sides. Then we have another landscape strip 7 feet wide in which you can accommodate more trees. And then we have on both sides a mixed-use trail. So it would be a mixed-use trail that can be used by pedestrians and cyclists, 10 feet wide with 2 feet shoulders on each side. And then a little bit of landscaping at the back up to the fence line or the current right-of-way line. So along these sections, basically the segments in between the intersections, we can accommodate this right-of-way and these improvements within the current right-of-way, which is pretty awesome because typically when we do plan lines, we always need additional right-of-way. So Caltrans, established a wide right-of-way, and that gave us plenty of opportunity to provide a very, very nice multimodal facility, which can be used by all road users. In Hollister, people going to work, and the mixed-use trail can also be used just for leisure or exercise. Next slide, please. So now we're getting a little bit into engineering lines and engineering graphics, but this is just the segments that show you the median and the lanes and the shoulders and the pavements and the class 1 facilities on each side of the roadway. We do maintain at a couple of locations a right-in, right-out driveway where there's full access. We will maintain full access in the future. And we make also use of these to actually gain access to the frontage road properties. Next slide, please. So this is the airport the roundabout at Airport Drive, probably one of the more complicated ones. Once we develop the future volumes, and we're going to look at those in just a bit, we did find the need to maintain the 4 lanes and ultimately build 2-lane roundabouts that will provide for truck movements. And you will see in these roundabouts, it looks like there's like a striped median that goes through the roundabout, and those are specifically for trucks. The ways in which we have designed these roundabouts are to if a truck goes through the roundabout, the rear end of the truck will not travel in the lane that's adjacent to it. So we call these buffered roundabouts, and it's sort of newer, and we do implement those currently in industrial areas. Many of these roundabouts will initially be constructed as single-lane roundabouts, but it will be configured such that in the future, if we do need the capacity for 4 lanes, on the facility and the 2 lanes in the roundabout, that they can pretty easily be widened, and that widening will occur on the inside of the roundabout so that we maintain the outer edge and we don't need to reconstruct the roundabout as a whole. It's basically just a median treatment inside the roundabout to get it from a 1-lane to a 2-lane facility. Next slide, please. This is the example or the layout of the roundabout at Bird Drive. That's where the new Project Almond will be located. This shows the ultimate layout. Remember, we are trying to determine the ultimate right-of-way. In the interim, this will be a single-lane roundabout with only access to the west. So it's basically to the upper end of this page that will go into the Project Almond or the Clearest Park development. The leg towards the east, which is the south or the bottom end of this page, will not be constructed right now until a development occurs that will warrant this leg. And then, of course, we will just pull the graphic out and provide the leg towards the east side. Next slide, please. Just a quick update on how we came up with the volumes. From the volumes, we determined the level of service and volume of the capacity analysis, and then we determined the geometry for the intersections. Next slide, please. So we looked a long term out. Like I said, the purpose is to determine the right of way in the future. And we got some input from city staff and also of any pending projects. So we have the wind project and also the Clearest Park project, in which Project Armid is located on the west side of San Felipe. And then on the east side, we had the Lico property, which is also a newer development. And then north of that, we have the Hollister Research Park that extends up to 156, and Hollister Research Park goes also north of 156. So we've included all of this development, which actually may go well beyond 2040 in terms of land use growth that we may see. But like I said, I think they're quite comprehensive, and that's how we typically do plan lines. Just look a little further out at what is anticipated even for future development, which may also be beyond a general plan horizon. In the end, we at intersection number 2 and at Bird Drive, to provide access to the Lico property on the west side, we need additional capacity at those intersections. And what we are recommending is to provide in the future one additional intersection. That's number 8 here. We just call it Road X. And that roundabout will provide primarily access then also to the Lico site. I can share with you that the traffic in the future, and since this is primarily industrial development, most of the truck traffic will go towards 156. Vehicular traffic will primarily come from within the city, because those are people that go work at these sites and they go back home in the afternoon. And there are some people that will go north 156 and also San Felipe towards Gilroy as well. What that does to the travel demand is that, obviously we have very high volumes at number 7, which is at the bottom end, is 25 and San Benito. But then as the traffic from future development starts to accumulate, we see higher volumes occurring the further north we go. So basically from number 4, Fallon Road, number 3, Bird Drive, 8, 2, and then 1 is where we get the highest volumes in this future as development happens along this corridor. We ended up with a signal at number 7, and that's also, so that would be a signal at 25 and San Benito Road, San Felipe Road. That is the as it is proposed also in the Caltrans study and also in the regional traffic impact fee mitigation program. It does fail in level of service operations in the long term. And it is really already a really big intersection, so we're not recommended to increase the size of it even more. The corners of that intersection has been developed already or are under review right now. The remainder of the corridor is where we have these roundabouts that we recommended, and they will be implemented as development occurs. Intersection number 1 on the north end is Caltrans facility 156 and San Felipe. We analyze that as a signal. It may be that as development happens and as Hollister Research Park comes in, or any of the other developments, that Caltrans may want to also look at further options, but we did not include this in this study because you do not have jurisdiction over the plan lines and right of way and improvements at intersection number 1. So just heads up on that. So we've just maintained this signal control at number 1. But my gut feel is Caltrans may want to come back and implement, as development occurs, a roundabout at number 1. And I don't know if it'll be something similar that we have at 25 and 156. Next slide, please. This just shows the technical analysis and output, very technical. We followed the FHWA and services and methodologies using Sidra. That's the software where we analyze the roundabouts. It kicks out the V over C values, so we are within the standards that the city has for roundabouts and also a national practice. Next slide, please. Public outreach and feedback. So we've had the presentation to City Council in January of this year to to present the broad concepts. And then in March, we had the presentation to the Arts Commission where we discussed some of the arts elements that could be potentially included in this corridor to beautify it. And we have a couple of slides we're going to share with you on that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So with the Arts Commission, we focused on two elements. And the first one is to identify a theme, is what we call it, along the corridor. So is there a theme that we want to illustrate to the public? And one of those could be history and context, and the other one could be was just a concept of the theme was agriculture and industry. Arts Commission loved both of these. There was questions about some planting, architecture, the history, what we can present. So they have not selected a specific theme. They said, listen, as we move forward in design, we would obviously, as design is completed for a specific facility, we will go back to Arts Commission and then focus on more detail. But they decided, let's stick with these themes for now and focus more on the detail once development starts happening. So they really like both of these themes to move forward, and they will make a better selection once we head into concept design and construction drawings. Next slide, please. We also talked about, so once you select a theme, you bring in public art into your roundabouts and onto especially some pavement treatments on your class 1 facility, also on your sidewalks. You bring in lighting and pedestrian lighting facilities. We can do some wayfinding and identification. We discussed transit facilities along the corridor. We did talk with LTA, the San Benito Council of Governments, about how to accommodate the bus facilities. They were very excited about the opportunity that if we develop this corridor, we provide the transit facilities, and there is the need for a transit service, that those can easily be accommodated. The nice thing about the roundabouts are that if the bus facility, depending on how development occurs, is that if the bus goes north and you get to the sort of the northerly end of it, the bus can actually then make a U-turn at one of these roundabouts and just come back south. The Arts Commission also really liked the interpretive setting elements of it. We do have a couple of pocket parks where some amenities can be constructed. So I think they were very excited about the opportunity of beautifying this corridor and not just having it as a truck facility that provides access to just vehicles. They were also very excited about the opportunity for walking space and bicycle opportunities along those two class 1 facilities on both sides of the roadway. Next slide, please. So tonight, this plan line is in front of you for approval and adoption. And then I can share with you that as part of the Project Almond development, this plan line, especially on the frontage on Clearest Park, if adopted tonight, will be incorporated in the design that Project Almond will do. And then, as their design progresses, we'll go back into Arts Commission, also come back to Council to show you specific design elements and get the design approved, which is the standard process with the city. Questions?
Thank you. I thought the presentation was really good. I really enjoyed about 90% of it, but I'm not sold on the roundabouts. If I see another roundabout, I'm going to lose my roundabout. And so why roundabouts as opposed to signalized traffic intersections?
I don't know if you want to answer that, Frederick, or I can attempt. I think part of it is that the city council adopted policy to move towards roundabouts over signalized intersections as a preferred treatment of the intersections. But then from a more technical side, Frederick and his team studied both where there's an option for both, and roundabouts where in particular on like the Project Almond frontage that we're talking about, those projects have been approved to install roundabouts. So there's some that were planned to be roundabouts already, so they'll be improving their frontage with the requirements of their conditions of approval. But I think mostly it's the council's policy from a couple of years ago, I think, to move towards implementation of roundabouts where they're appropriate for development in the city.
Thanks. I wasn't aware. That's before my time. Thank you.
And to add to what, I'm the same way. But one thing was convincing is that roundabouts don't require as much electricity for your streetlights, and you don't have to have the repairs on the streetlights also. So it makes it a little bit more fiscally more prudent.
If I may, Eva, so there's a couple of other real good technical items, and probably the first one is that in terms of CEQA, roundabouts are exempt from having a transportation impact. So getting these projects through CEQA is going to be a lot simpler and a lot easier and cheaper, so we don't go through that long EIR process. The other big benefit of roundabouts are, of course, safety. We know that, trucks and vehicles run red lights and cause significant accidents, and San Felipe is a straight shoot. Trucks do drive fast. So with these roundabouts, we will have much lower speeds, less noise, less gas emissions, but probably the biggest benefit is safety improvements. And like I showed you, those buffered medians in the roundabouts is a major improvement on very recent industrial areas where trucks can actually maneuver and vehicles in the same lane. And currently, if you have a 2-lane roundabout, a truck actually occupies both lanes, and vehicles cannot drive alongside the trucks, and not everybody knows that. So we do get some accidents happening in that regard. Also, the runoff, stormwater runoff is much less with roundabouts compared to signals. If you think of a bigger intersection gets, especially with all the trucks, with the roundabouts, we have a landscape median, so your stormwater treatment gets less. There's quite a few other ones as well, but those are probably the primary technical ones for selecting the roundabouts.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, I know that a lot of our residents are not crazy about roundabouts. They make it very clear. I'm not crazy about roundabouts, but I know that they're popular like in northern parts of California for the very same reasons you stated. Thank you for the presentation. And
Oops, do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second the item. Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. I'm sorry. Against?
No.
Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F5.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Bob Martin del Campo, Hollister Fire Department. The item you have in front of you is a resolution 2022-127, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving two fire inspectors positions, job description, and recruitment for the Hollister Fire Department Fire Prevention Bureau. The fire department is requesting two fire inspectors positions for the Fire Prevention Bureau. The fire inspector job description has been created to reflect the job duties and responsibilities that are necessary to perform the daily operations for the Fire Prevention Bureau. At this time, I'm going to bring up the Fire Marshal, Battalion Chief Charlie Bedolla, to give a short presentation on the identified responsibilities for a risk reduction program. So, Charlie, if you can take it from here.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me tonight. I'll try to keep it to the 5 minutes, but I have a lot of information that I'm really excited about. So this has been probably about 4 years in the making of getting this. When I first came up to this position, it was saying, I'm overwhelmed, I need more help. Well, yeah, overwhelmed and needing more help doesn't justify it. So it's taken 4 years to get to this point where we can actually justify it with the numbers and the data to be able to come up here and confidently say, this is why we need the people. Introduction. So it brought up a good point. The Fire Prevention Bureau, we're actually in the process of rebranding it, and we want to rebrand it the Community Risk Reduction Bureau, because fire prevention is just one part of the whole aspect, because there's public education, there's disaster management, there's fire investigations, in addition to the fire prevention and all the duties of the fire prevention, which is inspections, plan checks, fire code enforcement, weed abatement, in addition to ISO. So the lack of the quality fire prevention staff bureau is the biggest risk to the community at this time. So we ran the demographics. So we ran the demographics on this. Per 2020 census, we're at 41,678 per the US Census. Okay, out of that, that's just in the city of Hollister. 66, that over 66,000 in the whole county. With that, I think it's important to see over to the right, you'll see total employer establishments. We have 1,030 floor employer and establishments, brick and mortar in the county, in the county, with the majority of it being in the city. Oh. Okay.
I was gonna say, that's the shorter version of it.
I was like, my thumb double clicked, sorry. So if you look at this org chart, you know, Chief Del Campo established the Fire Prevention Bureau, and there was a division chief. They saw that there was a need for an additional inspector, so they brought in me, which is Prevention 9220. Once I got in that position, we did find the need for some support services because they were overwhelmed with the work that was coming in. In addition to that, at that time, after we got the support services, we did see a need for an additional person. Okay, so but right now it's only Fire Prevention 9220 and support services in the Fire Prevention Bureau for us right now, because the division chief is a vacant position right now. So we come over here, we ran the data. So from 2019 to January of 2022, the Hollister Fire Department has ran over 15,000 calls. Of those 15,000 calls, the majority of them were in Station 1. But what's really alarming is out of those 15,000 calls, we're looking at 5% fires, 60% medicals, and 35% false calls. So 35% false calls, that's a lot of wasted time and money. And why are we running so many false calls? Okay, so I was like, that can't be right. So I went ahead and ran Station 1's district. And Station 1's district was just as consistent. So out of the 6,000 calls that Station 1 ran, 2,000 of those calls, which is 1/3 of the total calls in that district, were false calls. We should be looking at about 15% fires, 80% medicals, and about 5% false calls. And we're running 5, 65, and 30%. Looked into a little farther, and from 2017 to 2022, we lost over $26 million in property loss. So we're like, why are we losing all that money in property loss? And since we established a fire investigation team, once Chief Martin Del Campo brought us in there, we were getting into the investigation. So out of all the fires that were started, we were finding the origins, we were finding the causes, where before it was always undetermined, unintentional. Well, out of the couple that were arson, which was the big downtown fires, everything else actually could have been prevented. Because, and when I say that, we had overloaded electrical, bad storage, housekeeping, overloaded storage of combustible and flammable materials, which all contributed, and that's in the businesses and the homes. So that's telling me, and then when we got in a little farther, which we'll talk about it a little later in a little bit about that, but let me get into that. So we look into the districts. So District 1 is in the yellow, District 2 is in the blue, District 3 is in the purple, which is the city of Hollister. And then Station 4 is in the green. Well, the majority of the calls for the department are in that yellow section, which is downtown Hollister section. That's where the majority of our calls, the majority of our fires, majority of the EMS calls are getting run. It's the smallest district, mostly highly densely populated area. So this is just a heat map of that also. It tells you all the calls. So Station 1 ran the 6,000 calls. Station 2, 5,600 calls. Station 3, 2,000 calls. And then Station 4, which is 1,757, which includes some county areas too. So they're identified by the stations. Station 1's strictly all city. Station 2 is city and a little bit of county, a lot of county. Station 3, but the majority of those are within the city limits, except for Station 4. So with that though, with the Fire Prevention Bureau, for what we got, we started to keep track. We got the mandate SB 1205, which mandates, hey, you need to be inspecting all hotels, motels, apartments, schools, and jails. That's mandated, and that was implemented by the state. They said, if you don't do it, and it all had to do with the ghost ship, then you need to come back to us and you need to tell us why you didn't do those inspections, because we want to hold someone accountable. Because when it came down to the ghost ship fire and they were pointing at everyone, fire department was like, hey, we told you we need personnel. So he's like, no, you didn't. So they were looking for everyone to blame. So this way, they'll be able to hold people accountable is what it is. They're not going to hold the blame game, but they will hold people accountable. So we had to go back a little bit because we are doing them strictly by reactive on-call requests. And we had to go back a little bit. So the numbers are a little bit skewed, but they're actually more than, there's less in there than there actually was. So just in 19, we did 1,500 calls. And you got to understand that over 450 of those are mandates, 400 are mandates. And you can see it. City Hollister for 1920 did 948 inspections. San Juan Bautista did 123, and then the county 372. So it's consistent on the city having more work to do than San Juan Bautista and the county. Okay, so overall, we're averaging 1,579 inspections a year, strictly reactive. So that's people calling with their new businesses. We're finding something on a call, an incident where we're having to go there and do that, or new inspections, new businesses, basically is what it is. But just off those inspections on the reactive cost recovery, since we've been established, since 2016, we've brought in over $2 million just on strictly reactive inspections only. That's nothing proactive, just strictly reactive is what the fire prevention. And that's what we're making. Because you see in the red, that's what we're paying out for plan checks, mailings, and everything else. So that's minimal too. I've expanded my skills to be able to do some in-house. So we're not having to send everything out. We're being able to capture those costs ourselves. So, and that averages 384,388 a year is what we're averaging, bringing in just for the Fire Prevention Bureau. So with the inspectors, this is what we're finding out we're missing. So if you look to the left, this is where fire prevention and fire education is really important for the residential. You look on the left, that was just plain old cigarette smoking inside. We need to do a better job on educating people, not just to stop, drop, and roll, the whole aspect of it, you know, getting your plan, your Edith plan, teaching people about what can happen, how you could be fire safe in the home. Threw it away in the house, they lost their house from a cigarette in the trash can. So you look over to the right, that was a daycare inspection that we went to. So if you look at that, there's a couple of things wrong with that. I went to a daycare, I'm looking at that, that's a commercial gas stove in a large daycare where there's kids and they're storing combustibles on that. But the worst part about it is that stove's always on and they have no hood in that, over that stove. So that was an immediate red tag until we can get them compliant for them to install that hood since it was a gas. So those are the kind of things that we've closed down a few of the large daycares because of non-compliance, things like this. The big thing we got to remember is that we're teaching for our personnel to input the data because we don't want it to be garbage in, garbage out. We want to be quality data going in, but we also need to educate our personnel. You see something, say something. No more of the days in the past where we come in, we don't want no trouble. We're not going to say nothing because it's all about life safety. See something, say something. This is how we're catching it. Residential code enforcement, fire code enforcement. This is what we're going. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to be proactive. We're going to be driving through our communities and just driving through this community. You look at the left side, you can tell it's obviously substandard. Okay, we're going to make sure that our crews and our personnel and our prevention inspectors are out there being proactive in the districts and finding this. Because if see something, say something. Because if it looks like a substandard, there is a substandard. This was over there in the alleyway, so it's kind of hard to tell when you're looking at the streets, but we're going to hit in our alleys. It was overloaded electrical. You'll see that on the bottom. And if you look to the right, we probably had about 12 different families living in that house. So we'd have a family in each bedroom. They even made bedrooms out of the closets in that house. And it was already a code enforcement case that was going on. And this is common. This isn't just isolated to this one. It happens a lot. When we're having these fires in this part of town, we're displacing 14 to 20 people at a time because it's obvious rent's so expensive, people can't afford it. But these other people are charging $1,000 for a room, and people have locks on their own, so they're getting trapped in there too. No working smoke detectors, overloaded electrical, no extinguishers, anything like that. So we're going to do our best to get out there and be proactive in that. Annual life safety business inspections. So this is what's really important. So if you look to the left, that was a local motorcycle repair shop to the left. Overloaded electrical, overloaded combustible and flammable liquids is what started that. I came down to ask them and said, when's the last time you got a life safety inspection? What are you talking about? We had never, and it showed it on the housekeeping, that it just looked like a hoarder business. So we're not doing our customers any justice by not getting out there and giving them their inspections that they deserve. We want to keep them in service. We want to do what we can do to protect their lifestyle. And we're not doing us any service by letting them get knocked out of business. You look to the right. You look to the right, that's the vent for Panda Express. So Panda Express, which is also in downtown district over there, just right on the border, but that's actually Station 2. But Panda Express had never had a life safety inspection since they opened. So when they had a fire, the hood system failed. It didn't go off. The pull system failed. It didn't go off. It took somebody from outside saying, hey, we think we have a fire. Ambulance, good heads up ambulance crew says, hey, you have a fire going on in Panda Express. We didn't get an alarm system. Nothing worked. Nobody was notified. That fire was getting bigger every second. Lucky there was a heads up citizen. I think it was even an off-duty cop that ran in, hit it with the extinguisher and got it down. But all the oil ignited up in that hood because that hood had never been inspected. That hood had never been cleaned in addition to the fire protection system. When's the last time you had a fire life safety inspection? Never have, not since you came in. And then we found some deficiencies. They had old outdated alarm systems. Getting out there, we're going to be able to find that stuff. We're going to be able to get the address markings. We're going to be able to get the notifications. We're going to make sure they're doing their 5-year inspections on their sprinklers. We're going to make sure they're doing their annual life safety inspections for their alarm systems, because that's really important. Why is that important? Part of the false calls is, and we have a local business that we've already charged because we're capturing those fees for running on false calls. Sure, false calls until we could deem them false. With charging $250 and $500, well, we've already charged a local business over $10,000 in a year for the amount of false calls that we've collected on that. Sure, we're having to collect it, but it's still wear and tear on the engines. It's a nuisance. It takes away the fire engines from the real calls. But with that, we're starting to get compliance. We're getting compliance. They have no choice to fix the systems because then we're coming in. You guys are just a dread on the system. We're just going to have to shut you down. I don't care how big you are. You have no life safety systems in here. So that's kind of where it's picking it up. And that's where we're getting at with that. Annual life safety. So everyone knows this fire right here. And it was good heads up fire investigation by the team that determined that this was overloaded electrical that burned this business down. We put 6 businesses out of business on there. A bunch of them never recovered out of there. It was a hot day. What ended up happening, it was an overloaded air conditioning unit that was left on a very hot day. And if you look to the right where it's circled, there was Romex, there was knob and tube and electrical cord all feeding in it with staples running throughout that. And we found exactly where that fire goes. But if we would have been able to go in there, since that wasn't a more hazardous business, we never even gave them the time of day. And it's not because we intentionally did it. We just didn't have the time or the personnel to get out there to do it. We're only going down there and we're finding this when we get a fire. What exactly is happening and why aren't we doing it? So I was determined, we put that out, never had it. And they're like, what are you talking about? It comes down here. It's all about life safety. Unfortunately, people's lives get lost. And we need to get out there to teach the community. And we got to reach out to all aspects of the community. We got to teach the kids. We got to teach the elderly. We got to teach the disabled. And we have to outreach. There's different communities with different languages that we need to be able to outreach to get to them. We got to get to the businesses. We got to get to the nursing homes to teach life safety. And this first, there was people that were hurt here. And this other one was an overloaded, it was actually a substandard garage that didn't get caught in an apartment complex. But being proactive, we would have caught that. We possibly could have saved a life at that one and prevented that from happening. So that was a sad one right there. So what do we do? Where do we go from here? Implementing the community risk reduction plan. We've got the data, establish best practices, and have a standard data model. You know, like I said, we're going to be proactive out there, not just being reactive, but being proactive, see something, say something, like I said, for the line staff and our person. So right now, if you look at it, this is the way we respond to calls. It's the 5 E's, the 5 E's of community risk reduction. There's emergency response, economic incentive, enforcement, education, and engineering controls. So if you look at it right now, we respond to the emergency. Someone called 911, we go. When we get there, we'll find a violation and then we'll fine them after the call. After that, we find the violations after the call. We might think about having a code change through the enforcement. Education is only done by request because there's just that much, there's not enough time. Engine companies can't do it because they're running calls, they're training, they're getting ready for the emergency, and you can't depend on them because of the call volume that goes through there. They can't get out there, but they do help and they do assist with pre-plans and everything like that. But we need to get that education message out there. Engineering controls done after the discovery of the incidents, out of service fire protection systems. We're going after an incident and finding it. What we're going to do is get out there and go find that before that. So this is the way we need to be doing it. Instead of that way, we're going to be proactive. We're going to start off with education as our #1 priority. Determine the needs and cater to all before the emergency. Our inspectors are going to identify code needs and update prior to the emergency. We've been working in the field long enough where we can identify where we need code enforcement and updates. Engineering controls will identify the protection needs under project evaluations. So when I got in there, it's getting thrown into you. And that's usually what happens for fire prevention. You get thrown in there because nobody knows how to do it. Everyone's afraid of it. But once you get into it, there's a lot of things that you need to elaborate it and you learn. It's taken me 5 years to feel okay in the position where I'm pretty comfortable. And we're actually kind of setting the standard right now because there's other departments throughout the area, even the big departments, San Jose, Santa Clara County, Mountain View, that are calling us to say, hey, what are you doing about this? Because there's stuff that we have that they don't have, like cannabis control. So we're kind of leading the industry on certain items like that, which is big. So they're coming to us to learn and educate on that stuff. Obtain the grants. You know, we got to get out there. Economic incentives. How can we make it more cost effective? What can we do to make it less impact on the department? Economic incentives, applying for grants. This community risk reduction is a big one for grants. Now that I have a plan out, I could take it out there and apply for grants because we have something set in stone to help us with funds to get the education materials out there to cater to all aspects of the community. And then come last, that's where we should be at with emergency response. That's when and it should take down the false calls and less calls due to false alarms and life safety inspections. We're going to keep it clean. We're going to get compliance a little bit at a time. So like I said, summary, the essential duty #1 priority of the Hollister Fire Department is to deliver the best possible customer service. Having the proper personnel to be able to be proactive and provide education, life safety inspections for residents and businesses for the established community risk reduction plan will make San Benito County, the city of Hollister, a safer place to live, improving the quality of life for all the residents.
Thank you. Hey, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, Charlie, thank you. The last time I saw this presentation was about 2.5 hours and it was about 2 months ago. And so amazing that you were able to condense it and it still makes a lot of sense. So I'm 100% supportive. We've had previous conversations about making sure that there's a master fee study to reflect the costs that we're gonna charge people. And I'm very supportive of a service for fee, you know, and I want to make sure that these 2 new positions don't get assigned overflow other work. I really want to know that you've made a great presentation. You've made a good positive argument for the need. And I want the assurance of the fire department that these people are going to be solely dedicated for that, regardless if somebody calls in sick, regardless if somebody gets injured. I'm asking for your assurance in that regard.
Oh, absolutely. I haven't had a day off in 5 years since I've started. And the reason I say that is because we have nobody else in the Fire Prevention Bureau that could answer those questions and calls. So my job is to make people better than what I am to be able to run this. I'm not always going to be here, but I need someone to be able to run that program without a skip or without a step, a drop in service. So that's my job. So I want a day off. Even yesterday, I was working all day, even though we were off, just because everyone else working, contractors. I want everyone in the department to be successful, to be able to provide the service. We don't want to have a drop in service. And capturing the fees, we can't make money, but we can capture fees. So there's a lot of things. I just
Right.
found out another good one that we could capture. I was talking to Chief Martin Del Cop about it. PG&E. When someone's digging without calling, we can capture those fees also.
Right, right. Again, and it's not to penalize people, but it's to hold people accountable. So what I've heard you say is there's actually a chance you're going to get a day off here this year?
I'm hoping so.
Chief, I don't know.
I'll make sure he gets one, sir.
Well, I don't know that that's necessary. So, yeah, don't answer the phone, Charlie.
Yeah.
So, I'm also curious about, assuming council approves this, what's your launch deadline and what degree of training are these people going to require before they're actually ready to work in the field?
So when I got into it, I was thrown into there, but they're going to be, we have someone, if they're successful in the testing process, that's been working in the department. So we kind of take them under the wing. I'm there, we're guiding them throughout there. So I best learned by doing the inspections, and then there's inspector classes that they can go take to. And I ended up going to Fresno. So we're going to give them time in the field with me, because you got to learn the whole job about it, where the investigations, public education. And we've already started the outreach with our CPR, our business, the community outreach. We've already started that right now. So now we just need the personnel to start dropping them in there, our explorers also. So a lot of these people, if we're successful internally, already know the basics. We've spent a lot of time and money and training these people already. So they'll be able, and they already, I can identify, because I've had people in the positions that have been able to get in there for a week or two while they're on time off or light duty, and be able to learn what it's all about and find out, get a little touch of it, and they get a little excited about it. And so we'll be hitting the DRC meetings. They'll be sticking with me on all that stuff right there. And then the formal education to continue with that. So there's not going to be a drop in service, and I'm very confident in anybody that comes in. If we don't, even if we open it up to the public, because we don't get enough candidates, there's such a need for the position that there's people knocking on the doors in all the agencies that strictly want to do fire prevention inspector positions. So they've already done the classes out there. I have contractors now that want to come work and do it already. So everyone's well-trained that's in there. So we just have to teach them and expand on it's not just fire prevention.
Okay, just a couple more quick questions. Do you already have the equipment, as in vehicles? And do you have the software technology to track things beyond a piece of paper and a pen or a Excel spreadsheet? Again, timing's perfect on this, recognizing we're going to be talking about budget next Monday. And so I just want to ensure that we can really track the data to get clear and factually accurate information.
There is. So we kind of transitioned from our emergency reporting system from, they got bought out from another company, Firehouse, from ERS to ER. With that, we've identified how to use it off of the iPad. And we've downloaded, we have the app already that we paid for. As they're transitioning over, they said, don't buy nothing. They're going to get it for free. We've already identified through Chief Dover some iPads, and we already have an iPad for one of our inspectors as it is. So with that, one inspector is going to learn it well. Office staff already knows how to enter that stuff, how to track it, how to run the data. So that's our next transition, because we're doing the carbon copy inspections right now, which is good. But now we've identified, we'll have an actual inspection for an assembly, a fabrication, a hazardous, an educational, a mercantile. So that form will actually go with that instead of a generic one. So we have vehicles already. There might be some need in the future, but we do have inspector vehicles already. And we have been working with off-duty battalion chiefs in their office, or even in the fire department offices and computers up on the top, to enter in their data as it is. So it'll be minimal for that stuff right now.
Okay, I guess my final request would be that maybe it sounds like you want to go full boat with this, and I get that and I support that. But assuming if the council approves moving forward with this, I would ask that we could give maybe a quarterly report to council to just see the and I want to see I want it to be feel good too. I want to see where your work has potentially saved the life versus having to put out a fire. So
Absolutely. I
Thank you,
want to
Chief.
be able to maintain and make sure that community risk reduction plan is working.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I just have a comment. So thank you. This is exactly what I've been looking for in terms of data, presentation, thorough understanding of what the need is, how you're going to address it, how you're going to measure it, and how you're going to determine whether what you're doing is effective. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for putting this together and for relaying what we're looking for in order for us to make informed decisions. So thank you. Great job. Fully support.
Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, just comment, these are the feel good ones. It makes me feel good that our community is safe, because our first and foremost, my first and foremost concern is for public safety, not just on the streets, but in our homes, especially in our homes where we're most vulnerable to fires. So thank you guys, all you guys, and thank you, fire department.
And just so I can make a real comment, you got to understand it's a double-edged sword. So not only am I doing this for the community to protect their lives and their lifestyles and their way of life, we're actually also doing it for our firefighters too. So we try to make it as safe as us to be able to fight and mitigate those emergencies also.
Exactly.
So it's a double-edged good sword.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a few questions. So I think it's very important to be inspecting all the businesses, all the rental units out there. We know many of them never change their smoke detectors. We've seen this over and over. So I want to make sure we're talking about going to inspect every business now throughout the county. And hopefully we're going to apply a fee to this, correct? So it's just an annual fee. I know sometimes people, "Oh, it's not fair. I pay enough in my taxes." It's the cheapest insurance you can get, is to have somebody come inspect your facility, because a lot of times people don't recognize the dangers they're creating for themselves. So I want to make sure that's number one. And you showed the example of the Panda Express grease fire. When you see something like that now, or what's changing, is that going to be an instant red tag, shut it down type of a deal? Because
it could be, but somebody needs to make that tough decision, because it's all about life safety. And once they realize that we're there to protect them through education, we usually get compliance, and they usually snap pretty fast. So,
and we can make sure that's something like that. Again, the grease fires, those go off, and it's a hard time stopping them. But what's the amount of time? 1 week compliance? I mean, I want to make sure we're not leaving something out there too long. And then going to these are just thoughts. I'm just throwing them out so you have them out there.
No, they're all
I don't
valid.
need your right away answer, but the living conditions you've demonstrated here, I mean, that should be an instant red tag too. I mean, can't we move through the fire department to this is a red tag situation, and this is just not going to be allowed, and shut that down?
absolutely. Because, and it's not funny, but if we go and we see something and we know it's substandard, or the guys go on the call, because nobody wants to be the bad guy. I was like, don't be the bad guy. I'll be the bad guy, because if it saves someone's life, then you made that call to make a difference. Because if we go away and something happens, somebody dies from something that we knew about, or hoarder house, or a substandard, or illegal electrical, or something overloaded like that, I could live with someone being mad at me for that, but I couldn't live with someone being losing their life, or their family member
You're
losing
not
their
being
life.
the bad guy, you're being the good guy.
Absolutely.
And people are being taken advantage of. So I want to make sure we're being very aggressive on it, not just allowing it to continue. There has to be instant compliance.
And I can make a comment, what makes it a lot easier is having that code in place. And once I come out there and I cite code, this is a code. And then there's nothing, it's consistent.
And
And
that's kind of what I'm saying. What do you need? I think Mr. Burns is pointing that out too. What do you need to make sure you're successful? Basic rule, you need to have a fire extinguisher in your facility. Yet I would say 90% of people don't have an up-to-date, or probably higher than that, don't even have an updated fire extinguisher in their facility. So these are all basics that people aren't following because they think,
we just miss them. But
and again, whatever you need to put into code to make this effective is what the point is of this whole exercise, is making sure we can enforce it and follow through. And then your education, that's when it comes together, where people don't know this most of the time.
so just so you know, we have the fire code that'll be coming up, coming November, to get adopted along with the building codes. It'll be coming in the new code cycle. So we have the amendments that are already there, but they're consistent with the county, San Juan Bautista and Hollister, all the same, and they're consistent with Monterey counties. And most of them are the same in Santa Cruz County. So when a contractor comes over here, there's no difference.
It's not new to them.
It's not new to them. So we're like, it's the same code. Well, in Monterey, it's the same code. We made our adjustments. We just changed our name to it. So we're all, and we work in a tri-county
Yeah.
area, work together. So we have consistency. The
Right.
consistency with the code changes.
I just want to
There's
make
really-
sure you're doing what you need to do so we can follow through with it and put it into this, because we talked about the heat maps. We know we see the problem areas. So it's just time to finally do it. So I good presentation. So thank you.
Just one quick question. What is it, the rate of fire spread? What is that?
I mean, fire doubles in every minute. It doubles in size.
Doubles
every
in size every
Yeah,
minute?
Every minute.
Okay.
And and I hate to sound a little more scary about it, but with all the synthetics that are in the building materials nowadays, it was better to have a fire in the old days because it was just regular old wood and paper. But now with all these synthetics and the petrol product, it's a lot more dangerous for the residents and the firefighters. You can't go in. You can't fight a defensive fire without SCBA because it's burning hotter, faster, and the collapse potential is happening a lot sooner with lightweight construction and engineered wood. So it's horrible all the way around. So we're doing our due diligence to make sure everything's sprinklered that needs to be sprinklered. I'm even going to bring something and saying, hey, if you're going to have a new house, you're going to have a serviceable fire extinguisher, and then it's up to you to maintain it after that. They're really reasonable price, but at least we know when we turn them over that house that they'll have a serviceable fire extinguisher, and it's their job from that point on to make sure they get it serviced annually. So that's kind of something in a code change that I'm going to try to address.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Oh, go ahead, sir.
Mayor, just a couple final things before we let them off the hook. First of all, you mentioned the ghost ship fire, and one of the things that was very evident in that case is law enforcement had been in that building on multiple times too, and they actually had body cam videos. But fortunately in Hollister, I don't suspect that we're in a siloed environment, but I do think it's important to have some cross training because our police go into properties at all hours of the day and night, and they look at things, they see things, but they might not know who to tell about it. And you mentioned code enforcement, and that's a blessing, I think, too, now that code's going to be in the PD. And so I think that there's an opportunity for a lot of cross training to really communicate these things, because again, when our police officers are in a residence where there are 14 people in a 3-bedroom house and people are living in the closets, that's a problem. And in some instances they're there. And so I would encourage you guys to work with code specifically and to a certain degree as well with our police department for that crossover training. The last thing I wanted to ask is, if we move forward with this evening, is there a way that this could impact in a positive way our fire rating?
Absolutely, the ISO, because everything is it encompasses training, our water, our GPMs. So that all gets taken into account for. Plus, our public education is a big one. Having established community risk reduction is a big one. And ISO, that's what brings your insurance rates down. And right now, every penny counts, because if you're outside of the 5 miles from a department, you're automatically a fire protection class 10, and using the California Fair Plan, and you're spending 10, 12, $20,000 to try to insure your house annually.
And 7 criteria of the ISO rating, one of them is community outreach. And this right here satisfies that requirement. It's a plan.
Perfect. Thank you both. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. very
And
much.
Councilmember Burns, it's kind of a little bit different, but I'm correct that the PD does join in with the arson investigation and training, correct?
Great, great. The more cross training, the better I think we are.
So since we went there, I'll go ahead and PD does a good job on notifying for code enforcement issues. They'll call right away. And the perfect model is our cannabis control and our cannabis officers. So since we've worked so close together on these issues, they have no problem identifying, hey, they have this violation, and they call me up, and vice versa. Hey, I have this security issue. So that plan works really well. And, just cross training, bouncing stuff out there, doing the group model on these big things. It works like with a DRC. That works great. But when we go out and do these substandards to support to get all the players there, because they're able to identify it. So it works really well with the PD, and they do a really good job with that identifying.
Great.
And we also have 2 deputies from the sheriff's office that participate in the task force.
Just so all the council knows, DRC is Development Review Committee.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you all. Appreciate
Sorry.
it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion. Well, who made the motion? I heard both of you. Rick, and the motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Abstain. Can we confirm who made that motion again, please? Mr. Burns?
My pleasure. Thank you.
And Councilman Member Resendez abstained,
Abstain.
correct?
We'll now move to item F6.
Thanks for your support. We appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, resolution number 2022-128, a resolution of the City of Council, of the City of Hollister, approving the supplemental appropriation of funds for a camera system for Las Brisas Park located at Clearview and Nez Perce. This resolution would approve a supplemental appropriation from the Parks Fund for the surveillance camera system to be installed. Recently, we were asked to provide a proposal for a camera system based on some crimes that were happening there. And this what is before you is the recommendation of a 2-camera system that would encompass or cover almost the entire park and the whole intersection located near that park. This is a similar system to what we have at the McCarthy Park and Dunn Park. And do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm just wondering, the recent crimes that have been reported, I noticed that there's a little blind spot. I would assume that they have not occurred in that blind spot.
No, the crimes that we're talking about happen around the playground and at the intersection closer to the signs of Las Brisas Park.
Okay, and the reason that you don't have the entire park covered?
Those are the only 2 locations where there's an existing pole.
Okay.
We could cover, it would mean a 3rd location for it to be adequate. There was a proposal for a PTZ camera that could encompass the whole area, but I think that was too much because there's concerns with privacy as well. Those cameras could go way down the street and look into homes and stuff like that. And you can only be pointing at one direction at one time. And so this was a more reasonable proposal that they came up with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Chief. I really appreciate the quick turnaround on this. I will say it's going to change my personal behavior to where I'm going to have to wash my cars more regularly in a non-drought year and probably not go get my mail in my boxer shorts. But overall, I think it'll be very helpful. And I would like to suggest that we as council look at putting cameras at all of our parks. I just think we have the resources to do it. And so I would absolutely like to see them up at my Clower Park and the one off of Union as well, even though that one could present some interesting discussions because it's a shared park with the school as well. So I don't know, but I think this is a good next step. And thank you, Chief, for your work. I'm 100% supportive.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Yeah. So I I have concerns about just placing so many cameras throughout the city of Hollister. There's a lot of cameras everywhere. But also, I think a while ago, I recommended, and thank you, Paul, for attending the privacy training that was offered by Santa Clara County, where it talked about the role of government, the use of technology, the cameras, all the legal issues, and having a privacy officer, having policy, looking at how it's used. And I still haven't seen any of that. And I'm wondering when that's going to be presented as part of this package. I'm really hesitant to add additional cameras without having a comprehensive plan for the city, the utilization, privacy issues. There's a lot of issues that go into just invading people's privacy and how that information is used and what it's used for, and then how long we keep it, and then having that information subpoenaed, and a lot of issues, legal issues that go along with this. And I haven't seen any of that policy be brought to council.
Thank you. I would say, we've proven time and time again how successful our camera systems have become. I know we talked about in the past about having cameras placed in all the parks. So I would like to get an update on that as part of this strategy. And my feeling is we cannot have enough cameras. I know you talked about how you handle it as far as privacy issues. So an update on that wouldn't hurt. But I think, again, let's add cameras. Let's keep using. We've been very successful, and hopefully we can see more.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will make sure to forward every one of the council members our current policy on the cameras, all the network cameras that we have in the city network. And those copies or a video of those cameras is only releasable if there's a case number, if it's a investigation, a police report, an accident. None of those are shared with anyone and are retrieved unless there's actually a reason for that, and that is stipulated in the policy, and I'll make sure to send that to everyone tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Did I hear no? Motion carries 4-1.
Excuse me, who seconded that one?
Doing awesome by so much multitasking.
All right.
Moving these cameras around and taking votes are.
We're going to go now to F7.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. This item is related to an update of the city's personnel rules and regulations. Periodically, the document needs to be updated to remain, compliant with federal and state laws and current city policies. The document was last updated in 1994. The document has been reviewed and updated by the city's legal counsel, Liebert, Cassidy, and Whitmore. During this process, staff met with the various employee groups to discuss the document. Staff recommends the city council approve the updated document and has prepared the necessary resolution for city council approval consideration. If there are any questions, I can answer. City Manager.
Thank you. Mr. Burns?
Thank you. Just a few quick ones. Did the revised document require the approval of the different bargaining units?
Correct.
And did they all agree that it was appropriate?
Yes, the ones that we met with, yes.
Okay.
All groups had opportunity.
Okay, and you met with all the groups that are represented in our city?
There were a couple that fell silent, and that was due to their decision.
Okay, but they had the opportunity
Yes, they did.
to meet and confer?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
and City Attorney, have you had an opportunity to review the document as well?
I have, as well as Tony from LCW, who
Okay.
actually drafted this.
Right, and you're good with it as well?
I am.
Thank you, appreciate it. That's my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So you said, I thought we only had 3 labor groups. Do we have more than 3?
We have 6.
You have 6, okay. And how many didn't respond?
I think 4 did not.
4 out of the 6 did not
Mhm.
respond?
Mhm.
That's a little concerning.
Yeah, I think they all agree that we needed to update our policy that's almost 25 plus years old. So I think they were happy to know that we were using an outside group to draft those policies and not just doing it internally.
Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Go ahead, sir.
I really like to see what was changed. And that goes for every department. So if you could just redline it out and let us know, that way my eye is just really drawn to it. I think it's just easier like that, because then, I mean, this is a pretty hefty document. That might be easier for the bargaining teams as well, for them to read it. You know what I mean? So if we can just do that next time, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, Councilmember Resendez, we would agree with that. And that was kind of this, actually a request from the bargaining groups, but this was a complete redo. So pretty much every line is going to be redlined. You're not going to really see, you're just going to be lost in all the red lines.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Mr. Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. One final question, and maybe this is good public policy. 20 years seems outrageous to me. I mean, I can't remember 20 years ago. And so I know a lot of things have changed, even in technology. And so do we have a current existing policy that says we should change this with our general plan? Or is it something that I'm sure there must be some HR best practices for doing this? And if not, I think this council could certainly give some direction in that regard for next time. I don't think it should go 20.
Yeah, no, our desire is to do it every year if as warranted. If there's no changes or no new state or federal rules, then it's not warranted. But yeah, we know with COVID, that's what kind of delayed this. We wanted to bring this to council almost 2 years ago, but with COVID, every rule was changing faster than we could get updates. So, and so that's an example where
Right.
we would update them far sooner than.
Right. No, I think an annual update would be good, but and COVID's good for the last 2.5 years, but the previous 17 or
No,
so.
there was no excuse for the previous.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I get it, but the reality is many things change.
Correct.
And so, Mr. Miller, am I hearing you commit to do this on an annual review?
Correct.
Thank you. That makes me a happy guy. Thank you.
That's it. I asked for any speaker cards. Do we have any? Is that correct? All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries 5-0. We'll move to item F8.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Maria Mendez, Cannabis Affairs Manager. The item tonight before you is for the approval of a cannabis cultivation regulatory permit for Good Crops LLC located at 2000 Lawnaway. On May 16th of 2022, the City Council approved a development use agreement and a conditional use permit for Good Crops LLC. And pursuant to Ordinance 1179, Section 5.42040, issuance of a regulatory permit is subject to approval by the City Council as well. This approval will allow the applicant to commence operations contingent upon all conditions of approval being met. It will also release or allow staff to release local verification to the state cannabis control. With that said, staff tonight is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution approving a regulatory permit for Good Crops LLC to operate a cannabis cultivation facility at 2000 Lawnaway.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Is there a motion?
Move to adopt.
There's a motion. There is a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries 5-0. Move to item F9.
Thank you, Mayor and Council again. I am so pleased to bring this item forward and for myself and staff that we're asking you to approve the contract for legal services with Lozano Smith.
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
The motion is there a
Second.
second? Motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns,
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This past Thursday, we met with COG. Caltrans was there. I think that's the hottest topic right now to give us an update about what's going on Highway 25 and Highway 156. Lots of great information. They are supposed to give the COG members, and they're supposed to do more of a push of getting information out to educate the public. But yeah, that's my report. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. We had a wonderful meeting with the 3CE where they shared their annual report. It's a phenomenal report with a lot of data and wonderful information on the various programs, how money is utilized, and some of the challenges they're currently facing as a result of contractors not being able to fulfill the requirements as a result of labor and increased costs. So I highly recommend that the city maybe have copies, printed copies of the materials available to the public and maybe post it on our website. It is a really excellent document, so I highly recommend that. I also want to make sure that I update on our ad hoc committee for business. I can't remember if I provided this update, so if I did, I apologize. We had a wonderful presentation from Hollister Police Department where they highlighted the various topics for many of our businesses, and this was at request of our businesses, ranging from business safety, trespassing, loitering, shoplifting, and transients. Excellent information on our partnership with behavioral health and various strategies that are currently available through Hollister Police Department. We're looking forward to the Hollister Downtown Association providing the information in the notes from the presentation. Or maybe I see Tina over there. I don't know if she's going to do it, but looking forward to that. And as a reminder, we meet the first Tuesday of every month at, I believe it's 5:30 p.m. Looking forward to seeing many of you there.
Thank you. My update also is COG, the Highway 156, the widening project is scheduled to start late July. I think the actual date was July 22nd, but I'll go with late July for the new 4 lanes. It's south of the existing highway. It should not impact the existing route, not at this time. And environmental work is currently in process on the Highway 25 widening project. And as we said in the past, it's a long process. It still has several years to go just to get through the environmental portion of it. But as Councilmember Resendez pointed out, Caltrans was there giving us all the information updates on all the different projects. So thank you to them. We're going to now move to item G2, informational reports for City Council. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few items, as you could anticipate. For our parks folks, I'd like to know what the watering schedule is going to be. I'm starting to notice, I was up at Clower Park today, and all the fenced-in areas looking rather dead. I'm sure it's not, but the lawn looks pretty bad up there. Certainly at the park across the street from where I live, again, there's starting to be some brown spots, and I don't know if it's a irrigation issue or if it's a drought issue, but I would like to suggest that we all sacrifice with our personal use of water and our landscape. I do think our parks need to stay green. That's where folks are going to go to use our parks. I'm amazed at the number of people I see at our parks, and they're getting good use, and so we want them to be in good condition and shape. So also wanted to ask Mr. Miller if we have an update on putting ceilings or roofs on tops of the parklets. Seems like now's a good time. I know that there's been conversation. I just don't recall what it is. I'd also like to recommend that this council maybe consider having our parks manager in the next year, maybe go up to Spokane, Washington, and take in a event up there called Hoop Fest. It's a 3-on-3 world's biggest basketball tournament. I know that we've tried to pull one off in the last year and a half since I've been on council. It's an amazing event. Absolutely, we're not going to rival them. They've been doing it like Disney does, amusement parks. But I do think that there could be a real opportunity there, particularly with the parklets downtown now. And so I'd like to move forward with that. Mr. Miller, I'm also curious what we as a city are doing in regards to cooling centers with the warmer weather that's now here. And back on parks, Tina, again, I'd like to see what our Arts and Culture Commission can recommend for I'd like to see some murals where all the graffiti overpaints are now. It looks like a patchwork quilt. And so I told you once that got put in my district, I was coming. And so here I am. And so I think if we did some sort of murals, I think that people have a tendency to respect those. And so I also want to say, Mr. Miller, I'm a little disappointed that it's taken this long to move forward the renaming of Union Road from the Airline Highway east to Cesar Chavez Way. That actually came forward in, I want to say, March. And so it doesn't seem like it's that complicated of a request, but yet here we are. I'm hopeful that we can move that forward to sometime in August. I think it would be a great timing with our 150-year celebration too, to do something monumental like that. And then my final request would be for council to consider posting behind the dais the words City of Hollister, and under that, In God We Trust. And so I think the timing's right. I see it in many other jurisdictions. And so I'm hoping council will support that request. And then finally, Tina, I want to thank you. I noticed that the sound wall on Hillcrest east of Memorial, it's weed free. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez,
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes. First of all, speaking of Tina, what an awesome job. Wow. I just love what you do with kids in the park. Yeah, kids in the park is awesome. I went out there. Huge response. Great to see the city coming back, people coming out of their houses out of COVID. Great thing. Awesome. The rodeo parade. Awesome. That's just great. It's just, to me, that's seeing those 60 cows run down that street, those big old longhorns, it's amazing. It's amazing they didn't, I'm just glad they all just go straight down. But I love that. That's Hollister. Speaking of that, if you want your own yard sign, we have them here at City Hall. You can post them in your yard to promote the 150 celebration, which is going to be really neat. But first and foremost, starting off with the 4th of July, I want to invite all the city to come on out. This is a once in a lifetime thing. We're going to be celebrating, or our fireworks are going to be at Margaret Mays. The fireworks show starts at 9, but the field opens at 7. No firework. Do not bring your own fireworks. Yeah. And then also earlier that day, there's going to be a 4th of July kitty parade downtown. Encourage you guys to all come out. So I am going to read you this whole thing because we're going to be off for the next month, and a lot of things are going to be happening. There's going to be every weekend, there's going to be something going on downtown. So actually, I'm just going to refer you to look to the 150 celebration website and or on Facebook. I think Instagram also. Is that correct, Tina? No?
I believe that's a true statement.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not sure where I bring this up with. I think I'd like to review the process that we're going through right here, right now, of getting consensus. I don't know if we were talking with Mary earlier about maybe doing that in a, what was that earlier we said, Mary? In workshop or team building?
I had just asked if council had ever done
Oh,
a team building or
Yeah.
a type of
So-
a workshop for goal setting. I was just curious about that.
okay. So I don't know where to refine this process of consensus. It's like whether it's like after Tim Burns speaks and talks about in God we trust, whether we should, what's the tradition that we do? What's the process? What's the regulation? So if we're going to wait till the end, it's usually, my concern about this is because it's getting late. We're all kind of been up for a long time. It's been an emotional day and all these things. It's hot. The AC doesn't work. And, you know, do we remember all the things that to bring back up to consensus? I'm just wondering how we can better address that by whether it's after each council speaks, after the whole council speaks, you know, how do we bring this up? Is it in a team building thing, or how we can refine it, make it better? Because I know there's some people that haven't been able to get on the agenda, and I don't blame them for being upset. So there's that. I don't know if you want to get a consensus on that right now. Just kidding. Has there ever been a traffic study done on Memorial and Hillcrest? I've noticed that there's a lot of, during the commute hour, there's a lot of traffic right there. I don't know if that's warranted or necessary.
If you let staff
And
come up
as
real
he's
quick, you
coming
can
up,
answer it. Yeah.
You know what, just touching on the, back to that campaign thing, you know what, I believe in transparency. And I wasn't calling anybody out on this dais about their practices or anything. I'm just, I know since Tim Burns and I are the class of 2020, you know what, I know we were out there during COVID, social distancing, door to door knocking. So I hope that no one takes that personal, just because we see different on a different item. That's okay. And that's it. Mark.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. We received a lot of concerns from business owners, in particular in the downtown area, about the business loan that we approved from the ARPA funds. A lot of them are not going to be able to qualify, and it needs to be broader than just kitchens or ADA compliance. So I'm hoping that the council would agree to make it open for businesses that are struggling, just particular interest in addressing payroll so that they can keep employees. And also the definition of new, meaning unopened doors for certain items. So just, I would like to see it broadened so that business can actually apply for the loan and it's actually used for what it's intended to. So I'd like to see that be brought back and make that a priority. I know that the application is still not out. I know it's been under review for a very long time, and I think people are still asking and waiting for that to be sent out. So also, I know that I noticed that the spreadsheet that we had all of the council members' concerns or items to be brought forth or items that need to be resolved is no longer part of the agenda packet. I like for it to be placed on back, and also items that have not been completed to be probably agendized for old business, and also to include timelines of when they might need to be addressed. This is also to address some of the issues that Mr. Perez stated in terms of city council priorities and understanding of when things are going to come back. I know we talked about having a retreat, identifying priorities for our budget. We talked about educating our council on different mandates that we're supposed to do. We talked about it for a very long time, but it never came to fruition, and time is just going. But other items are placed on the agenda and there's no rhyme or reason for it. So I like to just have a clear understanding of the process, and also making sure that when things are set that they're board priority or council priority, that they actually are priority and that it's documented as such. There's other items that are time sensitive. We had some members here today speak on the 150th year anniversary that some things needed to be brought forth to the city council's attention. I'm wondering, because we're not going to be meeting in July, that if those items can be addressed administratively through the city manager. But I'm not sure what all the issues are. So if they can't, then, I'm open to coming back for a special meeting, just because most of those items are going to have to be dealt with, I guess, in a month or two. I like to also, I know that council or city or someone is working on policy utilization of social media, blocking, code of conduct. If city attorney can bring back or do an education or workshop on all those issues, not just the memo, but actually educating and talking about our responsibility and liability to the city. That's it. Oh,
Thank
and I do support the name change to Cesar Chavez, and I like to see that as a priority as well.
Thank you. I want to go back to the conversation about the parking garage. I still see fencing surrounding that parking garage. That, as I said before, that property needs to have its own protection system around their own property, not taking up the entire parking garage. It really makes the garage look shut off. Paving the section they tore up so that the public can use it. It is not their property to be using. It's the public's property. And it's just not fair for our residents to have to keep trying to struggle to find a parking place because they feel this parking garage is closed. That fence needs to come off of that building. And again, the property there on San Benito and Fifth has done a good job. They have a protection system. They pulled off those boards so you can see what's going on. That is the proper way to do it in construction. It's how you see it everywhere else. So we need to make sure our sidewalk is open on San Benito Street and the fence is pulled off so people can use Gavilan College. So, and want to follow up also with the conversation about the proper amount to charge for parking in that garage, as that's going to be coming up. We need to do this the right way rather than just giving parking spaces away that end up costing us to protect the area down the road. The other thing I want to bring up, and I want to get an update at every meeting until it's paid off, the city of Hollister won a lawsuit that Elias Salinas and Irma Gonzalez filed, a frivolous lawsuit, and they won an amount of about $27,000. I want to make sure the city gets their money, gets paid back. It's not fair for the taxpayers to have to foot the bill for just complete lies. So I'm going to be asking about this at every single meeting until I know this amount was paid off or paid back to the city for those attorney fees. And that's all I have. Thank you. City manager.
Yeah, just real quick, leaving off of the list, that was just an oversight. That was not staff's plan to leave that off. So we'll get that back on. Do I have consensus on the In God We Trust behind?
Can I have a quick question for the attorney? I know we've been doing this consensus thing, but really that's kind of like we're approving things without it being on the agenda. Is that something that's proper, or is it better to get the old way, two council members put a request to put something onto the agenda so we're not having that conversation?
So were you asking for approval to actually put it up, or were you asking approval to bring it back on an agenda?
Yeah, asking for it to be put on the agenda. So that's why I was more.
Yeah, because I would say if you're asking for approval right now, then no, because the public would want to participate in that conversation.
Right. So by just having a consensus, put it back onto the agenda, that's okay. That's proper. We're not.
As far as I know, I haven't seen anything in writing regarding your policies for putting things on an agenda. So if that's been past practice.
Right. If we could look at that, just so we're clear on that. I've heard some comments tonight that some things are magically appearing onto the agenda. I know that's not correct. We want to make sure things are transparent so we're not having comments made that are not based on fact. So whatever that rule is, let's make sure we're all clear on it.
Yeah, and I haven't seen a written rule regarding how this council has operated in the past. Brett and I can have a conversation about it and then bring a recommendation back to council.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. City Attorney, one of the things early on in our the new council, we approached our then existing attorney and asked really for a legal definition of consensus. Doesn't seem like there really is one. And so simple majority, or did I hear you say that if it was two? then
No,
it
no,
could
no.
be
So here's my recommendation. In my experience, and my legal knowledge, consensus is a majority of council. However, council could create a policy saying one member could make a suggestion for an agenda item, and then it only requires one other member to agree to that.
Okay.
But the definition of consensus is a majority of council.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, and I guess, Mayor, is kind of a follow-up on that. I know that last council or the one before, I don't remember, wherever we were a council of 4, the issue of council member pay raises were brought up. And then I asked, I guess it was last council meeting, that it be that we set aside the rules and suspend the rules to bring it forward again. And so I presume then that since this is the first meeting after, we have a standing understanding that 2 council meetings. So I can presume then that the first meeting in August, that will come back forward based on past practices. Is that
Yeah. So according to Rosenberg's rules, it wouldn't come back.
right?
So I guess I'm not understanding what process you're describing.
So my understanding is that we can ask to suspend the rules.
Correct.
To bring it back. And that's what I asked to do at the last council meeting. And it was my understanding that there was consensus to do that, as in, actually,
A second.
there was at least 3 or 4, I think even the mayor who originally voted no agreed to bring that back. So I just need to get clarification on that, because I'm absolutely good playing by the rules as long as the rules don't shift and change and I understand them.
Right. And so that would actually need a formal vote. The body can always vote to suspend the rules and by a 2/3 majority allow a motion to reconsider to be made at another time.
Okay.
So I'll confer with Brett. My recommendation right now would be to actually place that motion for reconsideration on the agenda. Like, can we reconsider this item? And then at that point,
Yeah.
Address it.
And again, that certainly works for me. As long as I understand, I can absolutely subscribe to that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. And it's a good point. I'd rather do it that way. I don't want to go back to suspending rules to change things, but I think that's a good compromise. City manager, you're pointing out a few things.
Yeah, I was asking, yes or no, did a council member want to see In God We Trust come back?
I can't support that myself.
Okay, so we did not have a consensus on that one.
So who are the yeses? Who are the nos?
I'm a no.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then we talked about a workshop, so we will work on, we kind of got what a consensus was, but I think when we go through your workshop, we'll go through the council's rules, let's find out, what's the best way to bring these things up. Is it when each person, it would make my job easier instead of trying to write down everybody's thing. Because a lot of times it's information, sometimes it is more future agenda item. And then is there a consensus to bring back the loan program to review it for possible changes?
No.
Yes, okay, I got 3 yeses.
Sure.
So this won't come back until after, this will be August.
It'll come back in August, correct?
So if we're having a special meeting before then, can we bring it up before then? Because there's businesses that have been waiting a long time.
Okay. That's all I have to report. And sorry to everybody that the AC is broken. We'll work on the best to get that done by August.
You have a consensus on that one.
Nice and cool in here tonight. So no big deal. No big deal. City attorney, do you have anything?
just thank you. Happy to be part of the team as a permanent member and not just interim. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. City clerk.
first by turning on mic on.
Yeah, first aim the camera at yourself and then.
So the green light is on. So as sitting in as city clerk at the moment, I just basically wanted to wish the former deputy city clerk, Nova Romero, luck and congratulations for becoming the city clerk of the city of Carmel by the Sea. Her last day was last Tuesday, the 14th, and then she was going to start like that following Thursday last week. So the item that you, and for H, that the spreadsheet is actually, she was showing me so much stuff to kind of get this meeting going that it got dropped off. So we'll make sure it's on the next one. So that's all I need to do.
Mayor, the engineer would like to speak real quick.
Yes.
Hi, just to answer the question about the traffic study on Memorial. Both Memorial and Union are currently under study. Data has been collected on those for speeds and volumes. Preliminary layouts have for traffic calming options have been put on paper. Those are arterial streets, though it's not going to be your standard neighborhood street type of situation. And because of that, because of the volumes, we're actually holding neighborhood meetings, public meetings in the middle of July. So the dates, I believe, are the 13th and the 14th. They'll be publicly noticed at least 2 weeks ahead of time. Information will be sent out. We'll have the meetings. We'll kind of go over the process with folks who attend and refine concepts as that goes. And then once we've gone through that, then we'll be bringing both of those to you guys for a review. Thank you.
When you do the public notice, can you let us know and send us a copy of the email? Because a lot of our residents are very concerned about just being able to be heard. So if we can help publicize that, that would be great.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. HIJK, there's this. Oh, Chief.
Sorry. Thank you.
Oh, I skipped right over you. Sorry, Chief.
Of course. No, that's okay. I just wanted to let the council know, if you didn't know, tomorrow is going to be the torch run, law enforcement torch run in support of Special Olympics of Northern California. It's going to be starting at the police department at noon and running towards and ending at the courthouse. So it says here that there should be there in 26 minutes. I don't know why that's funny, but no, I agree with you. But it's going to be a torch run from the police department to the courthouse in support of Special Olympics. Participating will be Hollister Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, Probation, the Deputy District Attorney's Office, and Animal Control. So if you see them out there, they're going to be in the roadway. Please be careful. There's going to be a lot of runners on the roadway. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, HIJ and K, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, everyone.